Cause you won't look after my wounds. I suppose you will never regret it. I should pull myself up from the roof. Cause you fucking love it when I fade. Cause you won't look after my wounds. I suppose you will never regret it. I should pull myself up from the roof. Cause you fucking love it when I fade.
Hello everybody! JK with that first! How are y'all doing today? How is everyone? It's time for Tiny Game Tuesday! It's that lovely, lovely time of the week where we play tiny indie games that most people have never heard of. Today, I found this game called Beyond the Chiron Gate, and like, am I getting a little ahead of myself? Maybe. It just looks like fun, all right? It looks like fun, so I'm a bit excited to play it. I've also been pretty frantic lately. I've been feeling, my creative juices have been flowing. Lots of weird stuff's happening in my life right now. For example, I'm actually gonna get to see my aunt for the first time in forever. Like, really? It's been, I think last year, some point, I got to see my aunt. But this week I'm also gonna get to see my aunt again, and that is also exciting. Wasn't sure I'd be waking myself up to the alarm, but a muscle cramp 20 minutes before stream o'clock sealed the deal. Oh no! Oh, I've been there. Of course, for me, it's like Charlie horse. Like Charlie horse, kind of bad sometimes. A couple weeks ago as well, I did. Kind of got in the way of stream. But yeah, muscle cramps suck. I hate them. Ugh, there's gotta be a better way for the body to tell you it needs something. Like, please, I'm begging you. I'm begging you. Cramps are the devil. Not that I'm a religious person or anything, but it's a figure of speech. I'm so sorry, JK. I hope you're doing okay. I'll be here. I'll be here for you. I'm also gonna need to, get ready to showcase the trailer for this game. It's a text-based adventure, so I'm not entirely sure, what we're going to glean from the trailer, but we let, all the main features of this series, we showcase the trailer before we begin, so that way, we all are on equal footing about what to expect. Alright, let me go ahead here and pull up the trailer! Alright, boop, let's see. So, it's a space game. And it has procedurally generated, roguelike-y elements. So, like I said, I've been on a roguelike kick lately. So we'll see, how this one handles it. Lately I've been thinking a lot about how roguelikes, as a genre, it can be literally anything, right? So, it's always interesting to see what gets called a roguelike. And this is no different. We're gonna see what this one entails. It seems to be a pretty, like, resource management type of quote-unquote roguelike, so we'll see what that means. We'll see if we'll actually be able to beat it. We're gonna have to make some harsh decisions, probably. But I'm excited. Are you guys excited? There's a chance that we're going to have to, like, I think there's a soundtrack. I think there's a soundtrack. If there's not, I am prepared to play, my own music. But I imagine we're gonna be okay. I imagine. Alright. I'm gonna get it started up. Oh, wow, that started up real fast. Good. I mean, it's a text-based adventure. It probably shouldn't need much. Boo 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 boo. Hello? Trying to find it. Ooh, okay. I think it's actually this one. Okay, it's titled differently. This one actually says, like, itch.io Beyond the Chiron Gate, which is not how games usually appear as a window, so I was kind of caught off guard and kind of passed over it, but here we are, and there's some good music. Alright. I'm excited to figure it out. I think we're gonna need to read how to play, because if the how to play button's right here, it means we're not necessarily getting a tutorial, so I'm gonna take a look. Alright, how to play. You control a group of space explorers on her humanity's first interstellar starship. The music's actually a little louder than I was anticipating. I might turn it down in a second. Exploring the universe via the mysterious Chiron Gate. Your goal in each system is to collect as much data as you can before returning safely to Chiron Base. Back at base, you can spend data to upgrade your ship and recruit new explorers before embarking on your next mission. Your ultimate goal is to find the mysterious alien gate builders. Yep, definitely gonna need to turn down the music a little bit. During the game, you can view these instructions from the settings menu. Good to know. The status bar at the top of the page shows your current explorers, fuel, hull integrity, and the amount of each kind of data you've collected, which are planetary, biology, and xenology. Did read the first part, actually. Nice try. Well, so you read that, like, immediately? Fascinating. Welcome in, Cloaked. Good to see you. Words written in bold text and icons, like these, have tooltips that appear when you hover your mouse over them. Red text indicates a negative something bad. Oh, I'm liking the sense of humor already. Okay, explorer name, pronouns, explorer bio, total skill. Oh boy. Something bad is what we in the industry call something bad? Wow. What business is that? Each explorer has one of 6 specialties: pilot, engineer, medic, planetary scientist, biologist, and xenologist. Each specialty unlocks new options in events, and the 3 science specialties also grant bonus data when you reflect data of the corresponding type. Business! The ship can carry only 3 explorers, but this can be increased by installing certain upgrades. An explorer's level grants them a bonus to skill checks, 5% per level. Each explorer starts at level 1 and gains a level with the gain enough XP. An explorer gains 1 XP when they succeed on a skill check. And all explorers gain 1 XP when they make a discovery. Okay. Gotcha. There are skill checks in this game. During a mission, explorers can acquire traits that give them bonus, or more often a penalty to skill checks. Like this injured one up here, maybe? Some traits can be gained multiple times and the penalty stacks. Some traits can only be gained a certain number of times before they are fatal. Injured 1 of 3. Okay. When you return to Chiron Base, explorers with negative traits are moved to the hospital to recover, and you can select new explorers for the next mission. Okay. Success chance. A crew member attempts a moderately difficult task, 45%. Many options in the game have a random chance of success, which is usually based on the relevant crew member's level and traits. The percent chance is shown next to the option. You can click on it to see the factors going into the calculation. I see. That's real handy. Let's see, ship upgrades. Events during mission may cause your ship systems to be damaged. Your explorers have a -40 penalty to skill checks involving the damaged system. If enough systems are damaged, initially 3, but this can be increased, the ship is destroyed and the game is over. All damage is repaired when the ship returns to base. At the base, you can spend data to install upgrades. Some upgrades are available at the start as long as you have enough data, and others must be discovered while exploring. Okay. Data comes in 3 types. You gain data from events for making discoveries, 10 for a new discovery, or 2 for a discovery you made before. Whenever you gain data, you also get a bonus equal to the highest level explorer of the appropriate science specialty. Okay. System view lists all the planets and other notable bodies in the system. The in-orbit icon marks your ship's current position. Click on the travel button next to a planet to visit it. This button also shows the amount of fuel the journey will expend. Once you've discovered information about a body, either by visiting it or having upgraded scanners, icons will appear next to it, summarizing what you know. Once you've finished exploring the system, you can return to the base with the Chiron gate. Okay. Game autosaves. Let's see, in Planet View. A planet view shows a description of the planet with important features highlighted. Unexplored features will appear as links, which you can click to have your explorers explore the feature. Features marked with the land icon will cause the ship to land first, or in the case of a gas giant, descend to the atmosphere. On the surface, features with the takeoff will cause the ship to take off. Landing expends fuel, but taking off again does not. The fuel used to land includes the fuel you reserve in order to take off again. That's nice. That's nice. That's nice of them. Okay, so you'll want to, like, do all you can on the ground before you take off again. Gotcha. Alright, let's turn the... Can I turn the music down? Okay, that is good that I can turn it down. One of the weirder volume options I think I've ever seen. You can also change the zoom. But I think that's okay. I think that works. Whatever works. Who would use fuel to land? Depends on how fast you want to land. Right? Like, it all depends. All depends. Alright. 2060 Chiron. It's the middle of the 23rd century. A space probe operated by the Global Astronomical Society detects unusual energy readings from the asteroid 2060 Chiron. A crewed follow-up mission detects a million-year-old artifact buried underneath the asteroid's surface, a ring of exotic matter that bends space and gravity, a gate, which when activated could lead anywhere in the galaxy. The newly formed Chiron project establishes a permanent research station in orbit of the asteroid and begins conducting a ship that can safely traverse the wormhole. For the first time in human history, the speed of light can be bypassed, the stars themselves are within reach. In a ceremony live-streamed by most of the human race, the Chiron project's leaders named their ship, Endeavor, the Sagan, the Pathfinder. I mean, I have never played Pathfinder. I'm a D&D 5th edition kind of gal. Honestly, I should at some point try more games, but I just kind of anchor myself in what I like, and then I don't like change, you know? Oh no, we're in a legally distinct Mass Effect. Pathfinder's also an item in the last library. Okay. What else is in there? The Armstrong. The Goddard? I don't know if I like that one. The Voyager. Of course it would be the Voyager. The Tsiolkovsky. Oh, I butchered that so bad. Oh. The Curious. Right. The Intrepid, the Horizon, the Wayfarer, the Magellan. Definitely not gonna be the Magellan. I'm sorry, it's not gonna be the Magellan. We're gonna name our ship, the most awesomest vessel. Named after a famous scientist cloaked. You have a degree in computer science. I'm sorry, I think by this point, you know, unless you do something really dramatic to surprise me, I'm sorry to say, but I think by the 23rd century, people may have forgotten about the famous scientist cloaked. Alright, we're gonna take off on the most awesomest vessel. Hopeful interstellar explorers flock to Chiron base from across the solar system. and the Chiron Project Selection Committee sorts the most promising candidates into 6 specialties, but the narrowness of the gate means that the most awesomest vessel can only be made large enough to carry 3 explorers, so the selection committee must choose carefully. Can't argue about futuristic realism. So let's see. It looks like... Okay, we can rename them if we want to. So, pilot, medic, engineer, planetary scientist, biologist, or xenologist. Okay. Wow, this person helped to cure an epidemic on Ganymede. Test pilot for the earlier prototypes of the most awesomest vessel. Helped to design the fabricator used on most modern ships. Let's see, leading member of the Interplanetary Astrogeology Society. Field researcher for the Mars Terraformer Project. And then helped to design the most awesomest vessels' alien contact protocols. So I think we need a pilot. I think we just need a pilot. I don't know how long we're gonna be gone. So like, oh, this is a tough choice. Cause like these, like, of course, all of them are gonna have their uses. But until I get into the game, I'm not gonna know, like, the impact of my choices. I feel like there's a chance our first excursion isn't going to encounter alien life. I don't know how, like, I think we get to switch these out when, we come back. I think. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take our pilot. Having someone qualified to pilot the ship, can't imagine what the utility of that could be. I don't know. Like, why would you need that? Let's, like this, a medic would honestly also be a great idea, but, I'm gonna go with my gut. I'm gonna go with the astrogeology and the, like, yeah, the planetary scientist and the biologist. I think, oh god, this could go so badly. Alright, I'm committed. At last, after years of preparation, the day comes. The umbilicals detach, leaving the most awesomest vessel drifting between Chiron base and the asteroid. I made a great choice on the name. I made a great choice. Floating weightless in the command module, the explorers tensely run through system checks with the Chiron-based protocol until the ship is confirmed ready. The all-clear comes. Song fires the maneuvering thrusters, and the ship edges toward the eerily glowing ring of the Chiron gate. The wormhole's gravity takes hold, and the most awesomest vessel rushes along a flickering tunnel of light. Gravitational eddies tug at the ship and turn the explorers' stomachs. The navigational sensors struggle to make sense of the exotic environment, but at last put together an image of a complex, multidimensional network of wormholes, which the tiny, most awesomest vessel hurtles uncontrolled. Moments later, with a final shudder and a power surge, the most awesomest vessel shoots out the wormhole and into normal space. We caused an interspecies diplomatic accident with this crew. Hey, I'm prepared. I'm prepared. I have no idea what I'm doing. Roguelikes are all about dying and trying again, so let's die and try again, but quickly. In orbit of the Murfak Gate. Okay, so we are currently at the Murfak Gate. Star pattern analysis shows that the most awesomest vessel has traveled hundreds of light years in a few seconds. The explorers watch as the sensors put together a picture of the alien star system. Murfak is a white dwarf, about the same mass as the sun, but much dimmer. The most awesomest vessel is orbiting the wormhole back to Chiron base. Okay. I don't know, like, what order to travel these to use the least amount of fuel. But I imagine, like, yeah, so this is the sun, and then these are all heading outward. Let's try the closest one first. Yeah. Small terrestrial planet. Okay. The interplanetary fusion drive fires, and the most awesomest vessel begins its first journey into an alien star system. The explorers begin their routine, checking over the systems, setting up their scientific equipment, and adjusting to life on board. Their training at Chiron base has given them all the experience of living in space, so there's nothing unfamiliar about their day-to-day lives besides the alien light of Mirfak. At last, Mirfak becomes a bright point in the forward windows, then a disk, and begins to show detail. Mirfak 1, rather. Song fires the engine burn that will place the most awesomest vessel into orbit, while Sophie pours over the data as it comes in from the sensors, identifying points of interest for closer inspection. Right, my crew is Song and, Sophie, you know, like, what? Song, Sophie, and Desta. Alright. The most awesomest vessel enters orbit of Mirfak 1, a small, cold ice planet with a low gravity and a thick carbon dioxide atmosphere. It orbits very close to Mirfak. Oceans of methane and ethane cover parts of its surface. Its surface is unstable. Okay, so that's dangerous. Landing would cost 2 fuel. Well, the oceans of methane and ethane, those seem safe. So we can take a look at that. Let's land. 2.5 centuries ago, Neil Armstrong's first step into the moon was broadcast live to the whole human race. With no way to communicate through the Chiron Gate, humanity's first step onto an extrasolar planet will be witnessed only by the most awesomest vessel's crew. But a dozen cameras are recording the moment for posterity. The outer airlock opens, revealing the icy surface of Mirfak 1. The first human to set foot on a world beyond the Chiron Gate is... Sophie's the planetary scientist. So, yeah, okay. It tells me if when I hover. We'll go with the planetary scientist. Sophie descends the ramp and solemnly places her foot on the alien ground. Her suit's medical monitor registers a brief spike in heart rate. The explorers all know that the Chiron project is a group effort between the most awesomest vessel's crew and the thousands of staff back at the Chiron base. But even so, Sophie will always remember that she was the first human being to set foot on an extrasolar planet. Hell yeah, LNG oceans. What does LNG stand for in this context? The hydrocarbon ocean appears to have been created by precipitation, as hydrocarbon compounds condensed out of the atmosphere. Mirfak 1's unstable surface shifts, and Songgyong vanishes into a newly opened fissure. Okay. So, apparently, landing, like, hitting the land button for, the ocean did not protect me from the unstable surface. Here I thought that maybe, just maybe, I was picking where I was landing. No, when you land, you get, like, all of it. You get all of it. A liquefied natural gas. Yeah. He eventually stops moving tens of meters down, wedged precariously between icy walls. For the moment, he is unharmed, but he does not know if he can safely climb back up. Okay, Sophie finds an alternative route to rescue, or the other explorers lower a rope. Okay, so this one has a higher rate of success. Oh, because Sophie is inspired from being the first one to land. Hey, 60% chance? It's a success! Sophie has already made some conclusions about how fissures form on Mirfak 1, and knows that a direct descent will not be the safest way to reach Gyeong. She assures the frightened Gyeong that she will be back, treks to a point where the climb down will be easiest, attaches a safety rope to the ground, and descends. Soon she has reached Gyeong, and the two of them are ascending unharmed to the surface. The most awesomest vessel rests on the surface of Mirfak 1, a small, cold ice planet with low gravity and thick carbon dioxide atmosphere. Precipitation of hydrocarbon compounds from the atmosphere has created oceans of methane and ethane. It orbits very close. The surface is unstable. If I click on this, am I gonna get in more trouble? It didn't go bad the first time. Why would it go bad the second time? Oh, Mirfac 1's geological instability is due to tidal flexing. The planet's core is constantly being stretched and compressed by Mirfac's gravity. Oh, look at that. That got more data. Okay. That's good to know. Alright, I guess we take off. It's visited. It's got carbon dioxide atmosphere, low gravity, and it's cold! If this is cold, and it's this close to the sun, I don't know how cold this gas giant is gonna be. Alright. The most awesomest vessel orbits Mirfac 2, a medium-sized, cold, volatile, rich gas giant. It has a somewhat eccentric orbit and is surrounded by a ring of small bodies. Descending into the atmosphere costs 6 fuel. Well, we've got 86. We might as well. The most awesomest vessel descends into Mirfac 2's atmosphere. Sophie studies the planet's composition and finds traces of a large planetoid that collided with it during the star system's formation, pushing it into its current eccentric orbit. Very impressive to, like, be able to push, like, a gas giant like that, right? Then again, isn't, yeah, one of ours is, like, one of our gas giants is, askew. Yeah. Yeah, it is. So, like, it's possible. Maybe a bit startling this close to a star, but... The most awesomest vessel floats within the atmosphere. Okay, it's a cold, volatile, rich gas giant. Its eccentric orbit is a result of a massive collision. It's surrounded by a ring of small bodies. The most awesomest vessel emerges from Mirfac 2's atmosphere. The ring system is composed of millions of asteroids that have been captured by gravity since the planet formed. Okay, so that's a new discovery. Alright. Ooh. Light show. The most awesomest vessel is orbiting over the night side of Mirfac 2, but the surface below lights up with crackling spirals of energy. The surface below? I thought this was a gas giant! A freak electrical storm is occurring in the planet's atmosphere, and beautiful but potentially deadly energy discharges are arcing through its atmosphere. Song flies the most awesomest vessel the atmosphere to gather data from the heart of the storm, where explorers watch the light show. Come on, we're gonna take a risk. Okay, failure. Gion guides the most awesomest vessel to what he thinks is a safe area of the storm, but it proves to be too powerful for him. Winds toss the ship around and lightning bombards it before Gion manages to get it back into orbit. Bomp 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 bomp, damaged interplanetary drive. Alright. Gas giants still have a surface depending on the temperature, they're just mostly gas. Okay. Alright. So, we can't afford to damage too much more stuff. Let's, you know... Oh, the surface is unstable on this one, too! It's a small, very cold, rocky planet with high gravity. It is unusually dense for a body its size, and the surface is unstable. I don't know if we want to try to land with a damaged interplanetary drive on something like this. Yeah, that seems, like a bad idea. A bad idea? How many bad ideas do we want to do? This is the third time you cheated me in a question of the day to ignore. It's almost like it's more fun to poke fun at questions of the day than it is to come up with a question of the day that barely anybody answers, right? It's almost like that's more fun. And besides, there's not even a question of the day today. There's not even. Fuck it. We're gonna fuck up. You answer them? Exactly. I said almost nobody. So, the almost is you. Alright. The most awesomest vessel's engine strained to set the ship down safely under Mirfax 3's high gravity. Seismic experiments determined that it has almost no rocky crust above its dense metal core. Oh, well, that's terrifying. Jagged formations of nearly pure iron protrude from the thin crust, towering silently over the explorers with a harsh, lifeless beauty. Their structure must be incredibly resilient, and Sophie thinks that they could yield insights that could be applied to spaceship construction that explorers can safely retrieve a sample. Well, Sophie, let's do it. Success! Sophie is incredible. Look at that. Sophie's almost level 2. To hell with those questions. Yeah, why would I even try to engage with my audience in a fun and quirky way? Yeah, why would I do that? The process takes hours and blunts a diamond-tipped sample drill, but Sophie Giard at last comes away with a piece suitable for study. If the Chiron Project's engineers could make hull plating out of this material, the most awesomest vessel would be more resistant to damage. Question of the quay. Or hell, that's the key, right? That's spelled like that, that's a key. Armor plating upgrade can now be researched. Let's go. The surface is unstable. Let's look. The planet is unstable because it formed recently and still glowing with the heat of its creation. In a few million years, it should cool off enough for the surface to become settled. Oh. Oh no. The unstable surface shifts and Desta vanishes into the newly opened fissure. Not our level 1 biologist. They eventually stop moving tens of meters down. Okay. Well, it's about time Sophie fails. It worked! Sophie has already made some conclusions about how the fissures form and goes around. Alright, they are unharmed. Okay. The most awesomest vessel is honestly doing pretty good so far. Alright, we're gonna take off. So we can travel back to the gate. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna see if we can explore this one as well. Oh no, we have a shielding failure. We're gonna die. The most awesomest vessel's interplanetary drive is powered by a miniature nuclear reactor. The damage that the interplanetary engine has sustained causes the shielding separating it from the rest of the ship to fail. The explorers fix the problem, but not before Desta receives a dangerous dose. Well, we haven't encountered life yet, so, I know. We're gonna have to make sure Desta can recover soon. Let's see. It's very cold ice planet with low gravity, surface is unstable and heavily cratered. Well, I guess we're landing. Ooh, Sophie's now level 2! Most awesomest vessel touches down. Sophie determines that the craters are all geologically recent. Geological activity periodically resurfaces the planet, wiping any craters away. But those craters are the marks of a recent heavy bombardment that happened since the last resurfacing. Alright. Sophie begins feeling uncomfortably cold inside her suit. A suit diagnostic reveals that the suit's heating system is failing and that her body heat's being lost to space. Oh, shit, but Sophie just hit level 2. We can't have that happening to Sophie. Explorers link their suit's life support to share the load, or explorers hurry Sophie back. Well, clearly we're gonna take the 50% chance one. Success, okay. The other explorers' heating systems are still working properly for the time being, so the explorers link their suits together to share the load. With the working heating systems compensating for the failing one, the trek back to the most awesomest vessel is uncomfortably cold, but not dangerously so. Okay. Well, the surface is unstable. Why is that? Intense radioactivity. Okay. Radioactive material in the crust generates heat that makes the surface unstable. Alright. Most of these planets are very unstable. It would have been nice if we'd gotten some biology data, but it's okay, because Desta's sick, so, I mean, we still have one left. It's a medium terrestrial planet instead of a small one. We still have fuel. We can at least look. Okay, the damage has sustained. Okay, Sophie now has radiation sickness. Okay, that's not good. Ooh, looks like this one's pretty safe. It's a medium-sized ice planet with moderate gravity. It's somewhat eccentric orbit, has impact craters, and there's a localized anomaly on its surface. Well, we're gonna take a look at that anomaly. The most awesome vessel touches down on Mirfac 5. The structure is some kind of artwork built by alien artists that were not native to this planet. Whoa! The explorers nicknamed the newly discovered civilization the Monument Builders, presumed extinct spacefaring civilization. Okay. That's pretty neat. The Chiron Project scientists already knew that the Chiron Gate was an artifact left by an advanced spacefaring civilization. But until now, they engaged in a heated debate about whether the Gate Builders were the only such civilization of one or one of many. The most awesomest vessel's latest discovery confirms that at least one other civilization has discovered the gates and used them to visit other star systems. Desta Mugwani is filled with awe at the thought of learning more about humanity's fellow starfarers. Heating system failure. Oh no. It's Song's suit this time. I'm getting so lucky though. Alright. They make it back. Oh, it's very cold. Yeah, that's the hazard here. Right, yeah. Heavily cratered? Okay, this one's new. Sophie finds the craters are millions of years of impacts all the way back to the star system's formation. And they're now level 2. So everybody's level 2 now. Sophie's on the way to level 3. Okay. And the eccentric orbit. The planet's composition does not match the rest of the system, suggesting that it is an interstellar rogue planet captured by the star's gravity. Oh, that's fascinating. Okay. We have a lot of planetary science data. That's great. Let's get home. Okay. Everybody's gotten a radiation dose. So, now we know what happens when you get a damaged interplanetary drive. Everybody gets radiation poisoning. Which means, next time, we're gonna have to take the entirely different crew while these ones recover. Alright, approaches the gate leading back to Seoul, and we go. Oh, God. The wormhole tunnel is twisted and volatile. A gravitational storm threatens to tear the most awesomest vessel apart. This has a 0% chance of success for Song to drive. Oh, no. Okay, I guess we have to ride out the storm. Damaged biolab. Well, we weren't using that anyway. The explorers cower in the safest part of the ship while the storm tosses the most awesomest vessel to and fro. At last, the wormhole spits out into normal space, and the explorers emerge to take stock of the damage. Alright, once again, the most awesomest vessel rushes through the flickering tunnel of light, then emerges into the middle of Chiron base. Song quickly gets the ship spinning under control and brings it to dock with the shipyard. After their time amid alien stars, the explorers are relieved to see familiar constellations in the bright yellow light of Sol. In the floating habitats of the Chiron base, personnel who had been anxiously awaiting the most awesomest vessel's return break out bottles of champagne. The project's engineers begin examining how the ship performed on its mission, and the research groups get ready to study the data it brought back. A feeling of triumph and jubilation spreads throughout the base and across the inhabited solar system. Humanity's first interstellar mission was a success. Alright. While the explorers recover and engineers prepare the most awesomest vessel for its next voyage, the Wormhole Research Group studies the newly activated gate. At last, they call a general meeting of the Chiron Project to present their findings. "We've learned to partially control the gate," the WRG spokesperson says. "By modulating the energy we feed into it, we can partially open it to 5 possible destination systems and get enough readings from them to determine each one's star's type. Then we can fully open the gate to any one of them that we choose. That's the good news. The bad news is that the gate is unstable. Each time we open it, the network shifts so that the 5 possible destination systems change. You know, like it's a roguelike. We can't visit the same system twice. Furthermore, it decays a little each time we use it. After 19 more openings, we'll no longer be able to open it wide enough to accept a ship." The gathered project personnel look at the images of Mirfac with new eyes. These are likely the only images that human eyes will ever see of that star system, but any other number of star systems are now within reach. We have to assume that the gate's builders had a way of controlling it, the wormhole physicist continues. If the most awesomest vessel can reach the gate builder's home system within the next 19 trips, we might learn enough to keep the gate open indefinitely. If we can't do that, we'll be locked out of the stars forever. The Gate of Origin homing upgrade can now be researched, and the Gate Nexus locator can now be researched. Okay. Song, Sophie, and Desta report to the hospital wing to deal with the consequences of the mission. Most awesomest vessels orbits within Chiron base, a cluster of space habitats orbiting the asteroid. Potential crew members await selection at the crew quarters, while the scientists and engineers at the R&D lab work on new technologies. At the heart of the base, the asteroid has been excavated to reveal the flickering blue ring at the Chiron gate. Okay, let's look at research and development. The most awesomest vessel stands at the cradle of the Chiron base's zero-gravity shipyard. While remote drones and spacesuited engineers perform maintenance on its delicate systems, in the attached R&D lab, the ship's engineers are busy working on new ship upgrades based on the data collected in the previous missions. Okay, we need a lot of xenology in order to get these, so we don't have that yet. We can get the armor plating that we discovered. Planet detector analysis of gravitational fluctuations in the wormhole vortex could reveal the number of planet-sized bodies in the destination system. Analysis of the sparse particulate matter arriving through a wormhole could reveal navigational hazards present in the destination system. We can't detect signs of life yet. And we can get atmosphere scanners, temperature scanners, gravity scanners, liquid scanners. Yeah, we're gonna... I think the armor plating's gonna be good. And then we should pick one of these. Like, these scanners. So I'll install the armor. This will give us more wiggle room, hopefully. And... Alright. What do we want to know? Atmosphere, temperature, gravity, or liquid? I feel like liquid would probably be a good one to pick, because then we might be able to tell if, like, life, as far as we know, needs liquid. Oh wait. It might be better, actually, to know that there's planets at a destination we're going to anyway, because, at the very least, for our second trip, we're gonna want to know how many, like, we're gonna want to make sure that there are actually planets to research. So a planet detector is probably actually going to be our best bet. Okay. We'll pick up better systems next time. Okay. Data. Okay. So, these are our explored features so far. An alien visitation, interplanetary visits, monuments. Okay. Crew! So, we can recruit new ones, huh? Okay. While the Chiron Project has captured humanity's collective imagination, volunteers with both the appropriate skills and the courage to risk their lives beyond the gate are hard to find. The Chiron Project's recruitment group can attract more candidates by publishing the most awesome vessels discoveries, but the cost of doing so will increase as they look further afield. Okay, so if we lose somebody, we can recruit new people. Explorers in the hospital recover one level of each negative condition per mission, then return to active duty. Well, that means next time, Song, Sophie, and Desta will be ready to return. So, right now, we've got Freya, Ludmila, and Raven. Alright. Let's add them to the crew. It's gonna be, probably a little weird to not have a pilot, but, we're just gonna have to deal. Let's see what the consequences are. Ooh. Okay. We have access to the following systems. We got a neutron star with 10 explorable bodies. Notably though, a neutron star is pretty dangerous. Like, that gives off, like, so much magnetic radiation. Like, yeah, that is so dangerous. There's 10 planets, but, like, that is very, very dangerous. Yellow-white main sequence on. I need to reference what a main sequence star is quick. I think that just means that, like, a star that is fusing hydrogen to helium in its core. Okay, so that's like our sun. That's pretty normal. A main sequence star is decently normal. I think we're gonna want to go to one of these two main sequence stars. Let's go with is this Beetlejuice? Is that how you spell Beetlejuice? Because I know it's spelled weird. Anyway, I want to go to this one. Because, like, this is different. And, like, it's safer than the neutron star. Or, like, I don't want to go to the red supergiant either. Like, it's not as dangerous as the neutron star, but we'll have more chances to go to neutron stars later. Let's go. Something moves alongside the most awesomest vessel in the chaotic non-space of the wormhole tunnel. It is visible to the explorer's eyes as a knot of flickering light, and to the ship's sensors as a frantically complex interplay of energy fields. It moves as if alive and curious, drawing close to the most awesomest vessel and then backing away. Raven wonders if it might be intelligent. The most awesomest vessel stays alongside the phenomenon in order to scan it. Raven, you are not skilled enough to deduce if it is intelligent. We're going to stay alongside. 50% chance. Failure. Okay, scanners begin collecting data until the phenomenon suddenly changes course and rams into the vessel. We got a damaged biolab. Great start, guys! Great start. Ooh, okay. It's somewhat more massive than the sun, but about as bright. So, this takes a lot of fuel to go all the way out here. That's bad. So, I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna steadily progress outward until we're starting to run low on fuel, and then we'll come back. We'll start with the ones that are closest. Ooh. Okay, Raven begins to suffer from nausea and finds it hard to concentrate. Medical scans confirm that she is suffering from an infection that explorers brought from Chiron base. It would not normally be serious, but in the enclosed artificial environment, the most awesomest vessel's habitat ring, any infection is potentially deadly. Well, I guess we gotta treat Freya in the medbay. Freya's gotta treat her in the medbay, I mean. Freya's gotta... Success. Okay, diagnose the illness and Raven is back to normal within a few days. Good. Good. Does that get you experience? No. Yes. Yes, it did. Okay, good. The most awesomest vessel enters the orbit. It's a very hot, volatile-rich gas giant surrounded by a ring of small bodies. It grows faintly with infrared radiation, and small moving objects are visible in its atmosphere. Well, we gotta learn more, so, let's find what the ring is. The ring system turns out to be what remains of a moon that came too close to its parent and broke up. Yeah. Unfortunately, breakups are common even among humans, so, you know, you gotta be careful. Oh wait, this would cause descending. This is not descending. So we haven't used the fuel yet. Analysis of the radiation signature reveals millions of individual heat sources moving through the deep atmosphere. Studying their movements... Ooh! Wait, living ecosystem! Oh my goodness! Raven realizes that they must be exotic life whose bodies are composed of energetic plasma. Ooh! Okay. It's good that, that at least Raven can identify this, even if we don't get more biology data. That's neat! Yeah, life. Ever since the first primitive Mars probes of the 20th century, much of humanity's exploration of space has been consumed with one question. Is there life on other worlds, or is earthly life alone in the universe? The most awesomest vessel has already encountered signs of technological civilizations, but now the explorers have not come into direct contact. But until now, the explorers have not come into direct contact with alien biologies. At last, Ludmila Sobol is able to closely examine the way in which life has arisen on other worlds. The stars above Ludmila's head seem somehow more colorful, no longer simply lifeless balls of gas and whirling rocks. Any one of them could be home to ecosystems of fascinating alien complexity. Let's go! So Ludmila is inspired. Oh, it's a light show. Oh boy. Orbiting the right side, with the surface below lights up with crackling energy. Hey, we can build a remote probe to collect data from the storm without driving into it. That's an 80% chance of success. Let's do it. The probe deorbits and enters the storm. Winds suck it up deep into the atmosphere, where it transmits its findings back to the most awesome vessel before it is inevitably destroyed. Alright, that's more science data. Good. Small moving objects are visible in its atmosphere, and we have detected life. We're gonna need to investigate that life, so we're descending. The most awesomest vessel descends into the atmosphere. Ludmila Sobol surveys the planet and discovers a living ecosystem of plasma-based microbial plant and animal life. Oh my god, look at all that data in the atmosphere. Bulbous plants supported by bags of buoyous gas sweep along the wind currents, grazed on by floating gas bag animals. The life forms that the explorers encounter on this planet are all fairly simple, but there's evidence that more complex life existed here geologically recently. A recent extinction event. Many of the life forms have thick carapaces that seem almost impervious to harm, and yet do not restrict the creature's movement. Ludmila Sobol believes that they could help the Chiron project develop more resilient spacesuits if the explorers can safely retrieve a sample. We still have a lot to go. A 10% chance of success is not great. Because, yeah, we have a damaged biolab. We're gonna have to log our readings and move on, unfortunately. Okay, small moving objects. The moving objects are nomadic groups of living creatures moving in ways that are clearly intelligent. There's people here! First contact. Luckily, we've got Raven here, otherwise this could go very poorly. The Chiron project already knew of the existence of the ancient gate builders, but until now the explorers did not know how common and long-lived alien civilizations were, whether humanity was alone in a universe of ruins or whether it coexisted with other minds. Now they know that they share the galaxy with at least one other civilization, and probably many more. It's the dawn of a new age of humankind. The end of its childhood isolation and the start of its membership of a community of civilizations. Raven Smith is filled with awe at being a part of these historic events. Okay, you were already inspired, right? No, Ludmila was inspired. Raven is now very inspired, too. Alright. Let's take a look at that recent extinction event. Freya eventually determines that a virulent disease evolved to affect all the planet's complex life forms and killed most of its hosts before eventually running its course. Okay. We've got so much biology data, that's good. The planet's home to a civilization. Alright, let's see if we can make contact. The explorers managed to make contact with the civilization and decipher the rudiments of their language. They are avian carnivores who call themselves the Akvaz and call their planet Basha. Atmosphere of Basha. Oh, that's cool. It has its name now. The civilization uses tools made of natural materials, analogous to humans as during the Mesolithic era. Raven notices the Akvaz always move and work in small groups, which do everything together. Talking to the Akvaz, Raven realizes that Akvaz individuals talk about events in the distant past as if they personally experienced them. Interesting. The Akvaz nation, which the explorers have landed, is in conflict with one another. When the Akvaz leaders learn of the humans' advanced technology, they demand they help them to design advanced weapons to give them an edge in conflict. Oh. Oh god, we can advance their weapons technology. Find a diplomatic way to refuse the quest, fabricate some laser guns, or refuse to give any weapon technology. Oh boy. No, I don't want to give the aliens nukes. I don't. No, we want to be peaceful. I want to be peaceful. I want, it's not our place as an alien from outside this world to determine who wins a war on it. Like, that's not ethical. Let's try to diplomatically refuse the request. I have to. Using samples from both human and Akvaz history, Ravensmith explains to the Akvaz why advancing their weapons technology to give an edge in one conflict would only harm the civilization in the long run. The nation's leaders are not happy, but they don't press the issue, and Raven grants some insights into the planet's conflict-riddled history. Okay. Whew. We're learning so much without like lots of fuel loss. Alright. They always move in small groups. They talk as if they personally remember events from the distant past. Let's look at the small groups first. Ravensmith realizes that the groups consist of adults with their children. This species stay with their parents at all times until they reach maturity, at which point they quickly have children of their own. Okay. Ooh. All this on a fucking hot gas giant. Yep. And I was just thinking it would be a quick thing we'd, like, explore and then leave. But it's not. As soon as the Akvaz hear about the humans' medical technology, their healers beg for help with a disease that has been ravaging Baksha's population. They seem to think the explorers' advanced technology could cure the plague easily and don't understand the potential difficulties of interspecies medicine. Oh, we don't have a functioning med bay. Our damaged biolab can't help. We can't help. The explorers explain that curing the plague is too difficult even for their advanced technology. The Akvaz are angry, but too busy dealing with the plague to force the issue. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Our damaged biolab means we're gonna, like, get sick really easily. We can't afford to do that. Remember events from their distant past. The Akvaz apparently anachronistic memories are a mystery until Raven observes a ceremony in which a group of Akvaz consumed the brain of a recently deceased friend. This species has a natural ability to acquire memories by eating the dead. Xenophagic memory transfer, which in some cases preserves memories for many generations. Well, fascinating. The Akvaz are enthusiastic to learn from the explorers and decide to hold a gathering of scholars from across the region. Such conferences traditionally begin with an honored guest giving a speech, which will set the tone for the rest of the proceedings, and the organizers naturally want one of the explorers to deliver it. Raven gives a speech about the similarities and differences between the Akvaz and human culture. Yeah, 60% chance of success, it's a failure. Raven gives a lecture comparing what she has learned about Akvaz art, institutions, and cultural practices with the closest equivalents among human culture. Her intention was to foster a sense of mutual understanding by pointing out the two races' similarities, but she unintentionally gives the impression that she thinks human culture is superior and the Akvaz take offense. For the rest of the conference, the Akvaz are cold toward the explorers and they get the impression that they are not being included in the most interesting discussions. Well, we're bound to make mistakes sometimes. God damn it. Alright, if I'd gotten some more, I wouldn't have to stare at that. Alright. We're gonna take off and leave orbit. Alright. That's really cool, though. That's, like, real cool. The very hot didn't really come into effect. Which is good. Oh my god. Alright, we're gonna move to the next one. Oh, shit. Most awesomest vessels biolab includes secure containment for samples of alien organisms that the explorers have gathered. Damage to the biolab means that power to the containment system briefly fails, allowing harmful alien microbes to escape and infect Freya. Well, shit. That's bad. The most awesomest vessel enters orbit of a small, very cold ice planet with low gravity is surrounded by a ring of small bodies and the surface is unstable. Well, we're already here. Let's take a look at the ring of small bodies here. The ring system is composed of millions of asteroids that have been captured by the gravity once the planet formed. Everybody's now level 2. Lovely. Because of the magnetic fields, charged particles into radiation belts similar to the Van Allen belt surrounding Earth. The Van Allen belts have been thoroughly mapped, but the explorers do not know the exact shape of the magnetic fields, so they have no warning before the most awesomest vessel's orbit carries into a region of intense radiation. Yeah, Ludmila, you gotta double check that radiation shielding for me. Aw, shit! Ludmila thinks she has time to fully check the radiation shielding before the most awesomest vessel enters the belt, but the radiation level rises faster than the explorers expected. The other explorers shelter in a more protected part of the ship, but Ludmila is caught close to the ship's outer hull and receives a large dose of radiation. Oof. Okay. Yeah, we may have to, we're not gonna be able to explore as many planets, as last time, so we're gonna have to just explore as much as we can wherever we reach. The most awesomest vessel touches down. Seismic experiments determine that the geologic instability is due to heat generated by the intense radioactivity in its crust. Okay, so we've seen that before. Ooh, the ice beneath the explorer's feet begins to vibrate, and Ludmila spots a series of white plumes erupting from the ice rapidly getting closer. We're gonna have to wait for the geysers to pass, because, that's our best chance. Oh no. Okay, they're both injured. Great! Explorers hunker down to avoid ejected from nearby eruptions, but the ice bursts open directly beneath their feet, throwing them across the planet's surface. Okay. Everybody's, like, real injured. I feel like we're gonna have to head back. Because, like, already it's gonna be like, Freya is, like, one alien infection away from death. And everybody's gonna take more than one trip to recover. We have a lot of biology data that we might be able to do something with, but we still have 80% fuel, though. We gotta take a risk. While Sussman vessel enters orbit, Betelgeuse 5, a small, very cold, rocky planet with moderate gravity, is unusually light. A layer of frozen nitrogen covers its surface. We need 50 planetary science data. We need 50 for an upgrade to make things easier. It's unusually light. Okay. It's made entirely of rock with no metal core. Okay, and it's got a frozen nitrogen surface. Freya studies the nitrogen and determines that it is ancient. During the heat of the Betelgeuse system's formation, it appears to have been massive enough to attract a nitrogen atmosphere, but the intense cold of the orbit means it gradually froze out and formed a layer on the surface. Oh god. Oh no, Ludmila begins feeling uncomfortably cold, so her suit diagnostic real suit's heating system is failing. Right. Freya does not have a good chance right now because of that alien infection and being injured, so we gotta link the suits. It's failure. Okay. Great. Yeah, we need to go home now. We need to go home. The other explorer suits take some of the load from Ludmila's heating system, but even multiple suits working together cannot counteract the planet's oppressive cold. By the time the explorers make it back to the most awesome vessel, Ludmila and Freya are both suffering from hypothermia. Okay. We gotta return. Oh, Ludmila begins to suffer from nausea and finds it hard to concentrate. Medical scans confirm she's suffering from an infection. Okay. Well, we gotta try. Yeah, this is no good, but we gotta try. Treat in the med bay. Fail! Oh, God. Yeah, something about the microgravity and confined artificial environment makes it hard to treat the illness, and it fails to respond to Freya's efforts. The infection will cause Ludmila problems, so it can be properly treated, and the cramped quarters mean that Freya is also infected. Luckily, we are heading home as we speak. They are going to take so long to recover that we are probably not going to get to use them again. Alright. Just visible through the flickering wormhole light is a dark lattice, as if immense artificial structure is holding this part of the tunnel in shape. I am shocked that Raven Kit has a 55% chance of doing anything. Reconfigure scanners to study lattice's construction. Sure, 55% chance. It's a failure, of course. Although the most awesomest vessel scanners cannot determine what the lattice is made of, Raven hopes she can adjust them to resolve finer details and learn something about the Gate Builder's technology or culture. Unfortunately, the readings are simply too strange, and Raven does not manage to learn anything besides the plain fact of the lattice's existence. Well, ripperonis. Yeah, these guys are going to be out of commission for a while. Raven's actually going to be back next. Like, only injured once, so that's good. That is good. Oh, Sophie and Desta are still inspired. Like that. Okay, so let's take a look at R&D here. We did manage to get enough, planetary science to take a look at some more things here. So I think hazard analysis is probably going to be nice, so we can determine what kind of hazards are where we're going. And then but I want to be able to detect more signs of life. So we just need that. We just need to know if there's going to be life where we're going. Because otherwise, we're going to be steadily slowed. Unfortunately, it's only going to show that they are, like, in the system. It's not going to tell us where in the system. Ooh, but we eventually might be able to upgrade for extinct life. Alright, we need to see hazards, so we're doing that. Okay. Well, let's pick up our first crew again. Song, Sophie, and Desta. They're level 2, so hopefully that's gonna help us, progress onward. Okay, what do we got here? Nebula and Life. There's Nebula and Life at both of these. Stellar Flares, that's bad. Well, I know that the nebula is dangerous, but, we need to see signs of life. Let's go to this blue-white main sequence. An object drifts across the most awesomest vessel's path through the wormhole. It is barely visible in the crackling maelstrom, but the scanners manage to resolve it as a solid chunk of rock. A piece of the normal universe somehow intruding into this strange space. Sophie calibrates the scanners to collect useful data through the wormhole, or Song tries to match its velocity so the explorers can study it up close. Well, we're going to try to use the scanners. Sophie has only a few minutes before the asteroid is out of range. When that time, she expertly calibrates the scanners to cut through the wormhole interference and collect a small amount of data about the mysterious rock. It proves to be saturated with wormhole radiation, as if it has been in the space for 1,000,000 years, perhaps even brought in by the gate builders themselves. Neat! Alright, so there's the nebula. Holy, look at all this. There's like, yeah, so these ones are like moons, and like that's a minor planet. I want to investigate this one, but oh, there's a minor planet even closer. Okay, that's good. We're not gonna get to explore all of this, but we're gonna just steadily move forward and see what we can get. The Chiron project detected life in the system. Those awesomest vessels orbiting the wormhole back to Chiron base. Okay, let's hit this. Like in orbit of Attic 3765. Most awesomest vessel matches orbit with this, a small cold comet on a highly eccentric orbit. Landing would cost 0. Well, of course we're going to do that then. We touch down on it. The comet's composition does not match the rest of the system, suggesting it is an interstellar rogue planet. Nice. Okay. So those are like, pretty free to land on. That's good. Good to know. Most awesomest vessel enters orbit. A small cold hydrogen gas giant. It's got a ring of small bodies. The bodies comprising the ring system date back to the star system's formation, where they were captured by the gravity but failed to coalesce into a moon. Fascinating. We might as well do the eccentric orbit. Okay, it's also an interstellar rogue. This place is full of rogue planets. Alright. Let's travel to that comet. Song begins to suffer from nausea and finds it hard to concentrate. Medical scans confirm that he is suffering from an infection. It's not normally serious. Okay, but like, yeah, okay. Well, we gotta use the automated medbay. God damn it. He continues to be sick, and lack of quarantine procedure means that Desta also catches it. Great! Gotta love it. It's unusually dense for a body of this size. Well, it doesn't cost anything, so we can take a look. It's hot, though. Let's see. Planetoid shows signs of having melted under intense heat and re-solidified. It seems that its orbit once was very close, at which point all but the heaviest metals were stripped away. These, like, little planetoids are great for learning more information. Like, they only give you, like, one thing, but they're free to land on, and they can be close to other stuff. Like, this is great, man. The most awesomest vessel enters orbit of Etic 5, a medium-sized, very hot, rocky planet with moderate gravity and crushing dense carbon dioxide atmosphere. Its surface is unstable. Its crushing atmosphere and high surface temperature suggests it's undergone a runaway greenhouse effect. I do want to know what the runaway greenhouse effect could be, but there is 3 different threats on this planet that I don't want to risk. So, I'm not gonna do that. We're gonna move to the next one. Okay, powerful winds tear through its atmosphere, making landing potentially hazardous. The surface cover look like impact craters. Okay, hot rocky planet with moderate gravity. Let's take a look at that ring. This is the remains of a moon. The most awesomest vessel is orbiting on the night side. The surface begins to light up. Well, Song, last time you did this, it didn't go very well, but you are level 2 now, which is a little better. God damn it. Let's do it. Okay, success. Okay, keeps it steady while scanners gather data from the heart of the storm. That's a lot of data. That's good. Sure, let's try the impact craters. We need to look at it. Most awesomest vessel is caught in a powerful wind vortex which throws around such force that is in danger of being shaken apart or dashed on the rocky surface. They can abort mission and return to orbit with the highest chance of success. We predict the storm's movements and plot a safe course. Alright, go for it, Sophie. Sophie works feverishly with the most awesomest vessel's computer to build a model of the atmospheric vortex and uses it to remain one step ahead of the storm until the sky clears. What looked like impact craters are actually remains of extinct volcanoes that once covered the planet's surface. Nice! Alright. We have 71% fuel, and we're actually most of the way through this system, shockingly enough. Looks like there's a whole lot close together here. Sophie begins to suffer from nausea and finds it hard to concentrate. Great, okay. Yeah, I know you guys are sick. You're the only one who wasn't already sick. Okay, just treating the automated medbay. God damn it, now Desta's infected twice. No! Guys! You have a functioning medbay! Alright, it's a hot, rocky moon with a moderate gravity and a thick nitrogen atmosphere. A layer of dust and salt covers its surface. Well, let's take a look. Most awesomest vessel's engine throw up clouds of dust as it touches down. The salt covering the surface is all that remains of a planet-spanning ocean that evaporated away. Okay, let's take a look at that dust. The moon's crust is composed largely of carbon, and the sparkling dust covering the surface consists of tiny diamonds. That's not normally what diamond dust means, but I'll take it. Beneath the shallow diamond crust that covers it are immense slabs of solid diamond. Most lie flat, but some protrude at angles on the glittering surface, achieving bizarre crystalline shapes never seen in earthly diamonds. They are vanishingly thin in places, but still extremely resilient, and Sophie thinks that they could yield insights to be applied to spaceship construction if the explorers can safely retrieve a sample. Well, space diamonds are forever. I haven't been reading these, and now that I see this, I think I should have been the entire time. Well, I don't think I'll immediately, like, take more for my, my ship. I think we're gonna be spending this on, like, more hazard recognition. I think we can try, because it's a 60% chance of success, we might as well. Oh, look at that! Expanded crew quarters! Oh, okay, yeah, actually, no, we need that. Sophie climbs the face of the immense crystal and uses cutting tools to retrieve samples from different parts of its structure. Examining them back at the lab, she can already see ways the crystals could be used to improve. Make it more compact. So we'll be able to... Okay, expanded crew quarters. Wow, okay. Never mind, that's huge. Alright, take off and leave orbit. We still haven't found where life is. Oh god, was it on the planet I skipped? It might have been on the planet I skipped. Oh my god, they're all suffering from nausea because they're all just sick, sick, sick. Desta, we have to... The 50% chance has to succeed at some point. Okay, Desta responds to the generic medicines in the ship's medbay and is soon back on duty. Okay, cool. We can't let Desta get, like, any worse. Like, if we hit 3, we have to go back immediately. We have to go back. Alright. There's a ring of small bodies, and it could be an artificial structure orbits the moon. We might have found life! Okay, the ring systems remains a moon. Come on, artificial structure. The orbiting object proves to be a huge space-dwelling life form. That's no moon! That's no moon! Oh my god. There's... You guys want to do more with the storm again? Okay, fine. Yeah, it damaged. Damaged biolab. When isn't the biolab damaged? Okay, let's try to talk to the space-dwelling organism. Or look at it. Although the creature is now able to survive in space, its biochemistry suggests it must have evolved in a planetary environment. Desta speculates that its ancestors may have been primitive organisms that survived the destruction of their home planet and found a way to live in space. Only 15% chance to actually retrieve a sample, thanks to our damaged fucking biolab! The biolab is basically the McDonald's ice cream machine. It is! As soon as I need it, it's broken. God damn it, biolab! Here in the system, a huge organism has found a way to survive in the void of space, an environment once thought utterly, utter dangerous to life. Part of its secret is a quasi-metallic hide that protects its innards from the vacuum and can even detect small asteroids. If the explorers can retrieve a sample of the hide, Chiron base's engineers might be able to use it as a new layer of armor for the most awesomest vessel. The tiny sample the explorers need could easily be removed without harming the organism, but there's no way of knowing how the organism will react to the attempt. We just have to log the findings and move on. 15% chance isn't worth it. Okay. Alright. Oh, Desta becomes increasingly weak and feverish. The artificial environment. Okay, their immune system's having difficulty fighting off the illness. The explorers try to treat them. Okay. Desta's real bad. We gotta examine the ring of small bodies, all that remains of a moon. We're just gonna watch that light show. Okay. It's a new pleasant way to spend the evening, but without readings from inside the storm, they learn nothing new. Okay. Yeah, Desta needs to go home, like, right now. But that means we do have enough fuel to look at the... Okay, Sophie leveled up. Okay, a huge large planetoid collided with it during the system's formation. Okay. We gotta go home now, or Desta is going to die. Okay. No! Now Desta's also got an alien infection! Oh my god, Desta! No, Desta! Okay, we gotta go back to the Sol system. Okay. Song stares out the most awesomest vessel's forward window, mesmerized by the flicking lights of the wormhole. He looks deeper into the wormhole or he tears himself away. What does this mean? He looks deeper into the wormhole. Sure, he looks deeper into the wormhole. He... The wormhole's vast, volatile, and fundamentally incomprehensible to the human mind. Giyong despairs of ever understanding the universe. He is depressed. No! Every time you say wormhole, I hear wormhole. Fair. Okay, so it's gonna be a while before he comes back. We're gonna need to recruit some new crew. Let's go to R&D. So we can get an expanded crew quarters. And we have enough also to maybe, like, detect liquid. Liquid could be a really good indicator of life. Unfortunately, we can't, like, detect, like, if a planet is going to be, like, unstable using these. I mean, maybe the gravity does, but... yeah, we need more before we can get a life sign analysis package. Or intelligent life detection algorithms, goddamn, yeah. Alright, it looks like maybe life is different from detecting if there's, like, civilizations. So I guess we'll gotta keep that in mind, but there's always the chance that a system will have both, and if we have biology data, that's good. That's just flat up good. I'm gonna expand our crew, and we're gonna take a look at liquid scanners. Alright. So Raven's back, and Lamila is also fine. Desta's gonna be out for a while. Yeah. Okay. So I think we're gonna need another planetary scientist because Sophie's been incredibly helpful. So having a planetary scientist, I think, is a must. So we're gonna recruit a second one, especially because we need more planetary science. We might want to recruit another biologist. Simply because more biology data is also good, but I think the planetary scientist is a must. Okay, we're gonna need, next time we want to recruit another planetary scientist, we're gonna need more planetary science. So, Artem Kravchenko. Alright. Welcome to the team, buddy. Done working, so you're taking afternoon break. May or may not return later. Alright, Cloaked! I'll see you later! So we already had the engineer on board. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna take another biologist. Okay. So this is Ishikawa Mazuko. Alright. I guess we're ready to head out then. To the Chiron Gate! Okay, well, life is detected with interstellar flares in a nebula and a pulsar. God damn, these are all nasty. Honestly, the nebula didn't do much on the last one, but, like... This one is absurd. This one looks dangerous as hell. Like, at least it's not a magnetar. Those ones are even worse, right? It's like neutron star, pulsar, magnetar. In, like, levels of dangerousness. Those sound like real names from various languages. I can at least confirm as much for Russian names. Yeah, which means I'm probably butchering a couple of these names, and I'm sorry. Yeah, because, like, that, the name of, like, Ishikawa, definitely, that sounds like Japanese. So, sorry for mispronouncing names. Fuck it, we're gonna take the risk. Life detected here? We gotta see if we can find that life. Alright. An object drifts across the most awesomest vessel's path through the wormhole. It's barely visible in the crackling maelstrom, but scanners manage to resolve it as a solid hunk of rock, a piece of the normal universe somehow intruding into the strange space. Well, this is a really good success rate, so we're use the scanners to collect useful data. Come on, let's go, new buddy. Artem has only a few minutes before the asteroid's out of range, but in that time he expertly calibrates the scanners to cut through the wormhole interference and collect a small amount of data about the mysterious rock. It proves to be saturated with wormhole radiation, as if it has been in space for 1,000,000 years. Alright. Ooh, we've got liquid on some of these planets! Wazn is a binary system consisting of a pulsar, somewhat more massive than the sun, but somewhat dimmer, whose surface frequently interrupts into stellar flares, and a white dwarf. Oh, the other one's a white dwarf. The system is inside a nebula. Okay. Yeah. Well, let's take a brief look at the gas giant. Let's take a look at those. It's a small remains of a moon. Oh. No. Okay, there's an energy surge from Wazn Alpha, indicating the beginning of a powerful stellar flare. Current readings show that only the leading edge of the radiation wave within hours. The most awesomest vessel will be bombarded with more radiation than shielding can handle. Alright. Reinforce it. God damn. Lamula has ship's fabricator print temporary radiation shielding to attach to the outside of the ship, but the EVA to move the unwielding panels into place is more difficult than she had anticipated. She at last attaches the last panel, but by that time it's too late to get to safety before the flare hits. Charged particles suffuse the space around the most awesomest vessel, blocked by Lamula's shielding, but tearing through her body. Yikes! Lamula Sobal performs an EVA to examine the performance of the shielding in the aftermath of the radiation. Sure. Ooh, we can get an advanced radiation shielding upgrade. Alright, once the flare is over, Lamula spacewalks among the most awesomest vessel's hull, taking readings and samples from the radiation-saturated shielding. She makes preliminary notes about her findings, which should give Chiron-based scientists a starting point to develop more resilient radiation shielding. We're gonna need that. Alright. What's with this eccentric orbit? Okay, it is a rogue planet. Alright. Well, next we've got another minor planet. The nebula that surrounds the Wazn system provides a magnificent vista for the explorers, but the most awesomest vessel's interplanetary navigation sensors were engineered for a complete vacuum, and a dense region of gas causes them to malfunction. The density of the nebula also means it could be hiding any number of asteroids large enough to damage the most awesomest vessel. We can adjust the sensors to compensate, or change course to avoid the dense region of gas, or hope we don't hit anything. Let's try to adjust the sensors to compensate. Ooh, in order to complete our modifications, Lamula must take the navigation sensors offline briefly. The interruption should have only been for a few moments, but undetected damage prevents the sensors from coming back online at once. Lamula eventually fixes the problem, but not before micrometeoroid damage has weakened the hull and damaged the goddamn medbay. Great, okay. Artem experiments with modifying the scanners to cope with nebular interference. Go ahead and try, bud. No, the micrometeor pierces his suit! Okay, Artem's experiment requires them to take the scanners offline for several minutes before performing EVA. Unfortunately, that means the explorers have no warning. Okay, another dense region of gas and dust. Okay. Poor guy. Poor guy. Alright. Well, landing will cost 0. Let's look at those impact craters. One of the craters marks millions of years of impacts all the way back to the star system's formation. Always good. We're gonna need like 50 in order to actually make anything meaningful though, and we're already got a damaged medbay and some injured folks. So, let's go. Let's look at that gas giant. Okay, it's another powerful stellar flare. Alright. 0% success to take shelter in the most protected part of the ship. So we gotta reinforce the radiation shielding. Come on. No! Not another bout of radiation sickness. God damn. We're gonna have to turn back. Okay. Tearing through her body. Alright. Let's look at that orbit. Alright, the planet's composition is not the rest of the system. Massive collision. And then it was captured within gravity. Wow, okay. So it's also a rogue planet, I guess, kind of? Yeah, with all these stellar flares, like, if we keep going, we're gonna lose Ludmilla. And Ludmilla is, like, inspired, and we kind of need that extra buff. So I think we have to just leave without finding life, which is a shame. Okay, Artem is also showing signs of radiation sickness. That's okay, as long as it wasn't Ludmilla. Alright. Wait, no, don't leave orbit. Okay, we gotta go back. Okay, Ishikawa Mazuko wants to look at deeper into the wormhole. I can't look at who's back home. Which is bad. We gotta tear ourselves away at this point. We need to make sure we have a full crew ready to go. Unfortunately, we don't have a ton we don't have anything we can really do for research-wise. That was bad. Now we know hazards are hazards for a reason. But we did learn about radiation shielding, which is good. But now I'm gonna take it more seriously. Okay. Alright. Okay, Raven is here, and Ishikawa is also here. We got Sophie back! We want Sophie back. Yeah, it's still gonna be a while before we get either of these people back. Like, any of them. Alright, our pilot is actually starting to get a bit better. So, we'll bring Song. Yeah, let's go for it. We're gonna head back out. We only get to use it 16 more times, though. Alright. We're not detecting any life, but that doesn't mean we are not gonna detect civilizations, it sounds like. Orange supergiant with 11 explorable bodies. Ooh. Explorers find themselves dizzy and nauseous. The twisted space-time of the wormhole tunnel is affecting their bodies. Song adjusts the most awesomest vessel's course to avoid the most severely warped regions of the tunnel with a 40% chance of success, or the explorers take standard anti-nausea drugs. We can't risk getting damaged before we even enter. Let's take the anti-nausea drugs. Oh, no. Wormhole sickness. Okay. Now we know. Alright. The drugs keep the explorers from throwing up all over the cabin, but they still feel severely ill, and Sophie has lingering symptoms. Alright, good to know. You know, look at that. Consequences of actions. We've got liquid on these planets. That's good to know. We've got mostly, like, terrestrial planets, so... Okay. It's a large, very cold ice planet with high gravity. The surface is unstable. Landing would cost 6. Again, this is a lot of, stuff wrong with this one. Unstable surfaces have granted us, like, more information on, like, how we can upgrade the ship. But I'd rather not with this many risks involved. I think we're gonna go to the gas giant instead. Alright. Let's take a look at that eccentric orbit. Interstellar rogue capture. Alright, let's go to this small planet. It's a small, cold ice moon with low gravity and a thin carbon dioxide atmosphere. It's got a ring of small bodies. A failed moon. Alright. Okay. Fumalskamakavlas. Magnetic field channels charge particles into radiation belts similar to Van Allen belts surrounding Earth. Okay. Do not know the shape of the field. Well, it looks like we have an 80% chance to stay out of the belt. I'm gonna take that one. But we still get some information, which is good. I just don't want more damage right now. We're already down to 70% fuel. Though, so... Alright, let's take a look at that orbit. Song is now level 3. That's real good. Okay. And we almost have enough planetary science data for another upgrade when we get back. And this next planet actually has liquid on it. Oh, right, that's gonna get us more science data, right? We should probably jump to the other planet with a liquid ocean. Okay, it's got ammonia on its surface. It's created by precipitation. Ammonia precipitation. It's also unusually light. Okay. Ishikawa Masako is now level 2. Okay, you know, we gotta factor that in next time. If we're going someplace that we know has signs of life, we'll bring the biologist. If it doesn't look like it has signs of life, we don't bring the biologist, because we can back out from the gate whenever we want to. So, look at me learning. Okay, entirely of rock with no metal core. Alright. I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna jump to this planet with the liquid. Okay, so thin carbon dioxide atmosphere, eccentric orbit, and liquid water. Okay. Primordial collision. And liquid water. It was once an ice planet which melted as it migrated inwards as the star's temperature rose. Alright. Okay, at this distance it takes 25% to travel back. I think we can adventure one further before we have to return. This place is relatively safe though, so we only have like some radiation sickness on Sophie, right? Or some wormhole sickness. Alright. A small temperate rocky moon with a high gravity and thin carbon dioxide atmosphere orbits very close. It's unusually dense and has a cave system. Well, fuck it, we're gonna look at that cave system. Liquid erosion. Ooh. On the way back, Raven begins to lag behind the rest of the group and her breathing becomes labored. The moon's high gravity is taking its toll and she's suffering from exhaustion. Well, I guess we gotta drag Raven back. Ooh. Okay, Raven is far heavier than she would have been on Earth, and the explorers find it brutally tiring to drag her back. Raven and Sophie have both been injured. Okay, it's okay. They're just gonna take a little bit extra time to recover. So it's unusually dense, has a dense core. Former gas giant core, wait. Composition unexpected for terrestrial planets. Sophie eventually realizes it was originally a gas giant whose atmosphere was gradually stripped away. Fascinating. Okay. It takes 30 to get back. Let's look at this quick. It takes 6 to land. Okay, let's take a look at the ring. Okay. It's another radiation belt. Yep, let's just stay out. Stay out. Landing would cost 6. It's real dangerous. This one's real dangerous. But we haven't found any with volcanoes. Helium atmosphere is weird too. Wait, helium atmosphere and volcanoes. That's a dangerous fucking mix. Oh god. Oh god. Never fucking mind, we're going home. We're going home. Oh, Sophie has recovered from the wormhole sickness just in time. Okay. On the wormhole tunnel, notices strange readings from the organic samples in the biolab. Yeah, let's take a look and see what's happening. Masako runs the samples through the biolab's machines. The anomalies are subtle, and Masako cannot determine whether they are real due to the wormhole interfering with the instruments. Oh, of course not. Alright. We get 2 upgrades, though. We can get advanced radiation shielding. How cool this game is on Android. I'll have something to keep me company at work. Yeah! Yeah, this is fun. I'm liking this so far. I hope we can find more civilizations soon. Right now it's a crapshoot. We just need to get like one more good civilization to encounter, and then we'll be able to detect more of them. I just got really lucky with my second excursion, I think, so... Like, if at all possible, we need to make sure that we're always prepared to encounter an alien civilization. Like, if Raven's not available, we gotta bring somebody else, you know? Let's get that radiation shielding. Yeah, we need more xenology in order to get more of the Gate Nexus stuff. Because otherwise, we lose! Yeah, let's take a look. I think temperature is one of the ones that's been screwing us over the most. So I at least want to know before we get there what the temperature's like. Alright. Let's take a look at the crew. Well, we have 4 who are ready. What do we have available? Yeah, we're gonna be adding crew members, don't worry. We got 15 more times. So we have better radiation shielding now, so the stellar flares aren't gonna be quite as dangerous. I think we need to investigate more life. So, luckily, Ishikawa is available. That's good. Let's just bring our team who's already started training, you know? Looks like Ludmila's gonna be better when we get back. So is Desta. Sophie is also gonna be better. Oh, jeez. And Raven. Right. Okay, right. Raven is injured. I said we can't leave without someone who knows, like, we need the extra xenology data. Okay, we need to hire a new xenologist. Asha Mania. Alright, Asha. We're going. You ready to head out into deep space? Because I'm kind of ready. Sportsmen and stuff, dizzy and nauseous. Okay, you know what? We gotta learn more about warp space. We gotta learn more. Okay. Somebody was always gonna get lingering symptoms, so it's okay. The spatial distortions only affect the most awesome special systems. Gaeyong might have been able to counter them, but they also made it hard for him to concentrate, and his reaction times are not as fast as usual. The creaking of the ship's structure on the erratic acceleration matches the groaning of its crew as they suffer from wormhole sickness. Alright. At least the failure wasn't, like, holy shit. Castula is a quaternary system containing a blue hypergiant, a pulsar, a yellow sequence main star, and a second pulsar. And everything's really hot. You know, maybe because we're orbiting 4 stars. Like, that's gotta be rare. Like, I don't think I've ever heard of, like, a quaternary system. I guess we're gonna just, start traveling. Oh, we already recovered from wormhole sickness? Oh, that's great. Alright, we got moderately dense, hot, rocky asteroid belt. They're unusually dense. The belt's surprising density proves to be because the belt bodies were once part of a dense planetary core. It was once a planet, which broke up for unknown reasons. This isn't giving us any extra planetary science data, which is a shame. Oh! Explorers' radiance and monitors begin bleeping urgently. One of Castula Beta's periodic stellar flares is beginning, and soon it's at its surface will be flooded with dangerous radiation. Ooh. We gotta head back before a flare hits. God damn it, Artem! Alright, we got 1 dangerous dose of radiation on Artem. Oh, the Beltazar remains a planet which broke up for unknown reasons. We get to examine it more, that's why we didn't get any science data. Asteroid belt appears to have formed when a planet collided with another body so violently that both shattered and debris spread out across the planet's original orbit. That's cool. That is cool. Let's keep moving. Okay, it's a high-gravity planet with a thin carbon dioxide atmosphere. Large numbers of volcanoes continually erupt across the surface. It's unusually dense. It does not appear to have, like... Okay, it's a thin carbon dioxide atmosphere, so that's way better than the helium one we encountered that one time. We gotta research those volcanoes. Alright. Volcanoes are spread across the entire surface. It appears that the planet is so geologically active that its entire surface is being constantly renewed by outflows of volcanic lava. The ground trembles beneath the explorer's feet and a dark column of dark cloud rises from a nearby mountaintop. One of the many volcanoes is erupting, and soon the ground on which the explorers stand will be engulfed in lava. Flies the most awesome vessel through the volcanic cloud to gather data. Go for it, song! Let's go! Our pilot's actually piloting! Just got here. Is there like a story? Are you just exploring? Welcome in, Philium Fafton. Wink. Okay, so the whole premise of this game is that what we are trying to do is, like, examine as much as we can about the universe, so that way we can establish permanent interstellar travel. So part of what we're doing, like, is just exploring and hoping for the best, but there is, like, mini-stories when we actually encounter civilizations. The previous civilization we encountered was actually at war, and we had to be very, very delicate and telling them, like, guys, we can't get involved in your war. So, there is some story. There is some story, but it is mostly exploring. Luckily, though, our pilot just succeeded in getting some volcanic data, so we've got some valuable data on the world's tectonic processes. While we're here, let's check on that unusually dense. Seismic experiments, it has almost no rocky crust. We have seen one of those before, but... Oh, Asha begins to lag behind the rest of the group and her breathing becomes labored. God damn it, Asha! Come on, we gotta drag you back. Thank goodness. Asha's far heavier than she would have been on Earth, but the other explorers managed to bring her back. Once inside the airlock and free of her restricted suit, she recovers fully from the experience. Good, good. I do want to see what kind of liquid exists on a very hot planet, but I'm kind of scared. But, okay, we're just gonna progress further, nice and slow. Alright. A hot rocky moon with low gravity and thin carbon dioxide is very close to the other planet. There's a layer of dust. Let's take a look. Tiny diamonds. Yep, that's dangerous, alright. Okay, as the explorers make their way across the surface, their suit begins to flash warning messages. The moon's fine dust is accumulating in the suit's machinery and will eventually cause their life support systems to malfunction. The explorers ignore the dust and return to the vessel has a 50% chance of success, while explorers stop to clean the dust from their suits has 30. We just gotta get back. Okay. We trek back and the lights on their suits begin turning red and the air becomes thin as the dust clogs up their suit systems. By the time to get back, Song and Artem are both suffering from oxygen deprivation. Okay. Yeah. Well, that had the better chance of success, so... you know... whatever. We'll take a look at the impact craters while we're here. Artem finds that the craters are the marks of millions of years of impacts. Alright. And we got a stellar flare coming. Well, we gotta try to get back to the vessel, right? Yeah, I think we do. Whirlpool, welcome in! How you doing? We still have 70% fuel. We have to make sure our crew is safe. Thank goodness. Floats away in the void of space. Well, luckily I'm about to leave orbit, so I can come catch you. Let's go. I caught you! Ooh, this planet looks safe! That's very good. Just got back home for the day? Let's go! Happy to hear it. Wait, objects move erratically through the planet's skies! Wait, did we find aliens? Whirlpool, I think we found aliens! We gotta land. The most awesomest vessel descends into Castella's atmosphere. This planet has a living ecosystem of alien life. The flying objects are animals that soar through the planet's skies on alien wings. We found life! We didn't find a civilization, but we did find life. Very good. Checking my stream before I go disconnect from everything online to play more Echoes of Wisdom. I can't wait to play more of that on Friday. It's fun. It's very, very fun. Artem reports feeling nauseous, then collapses unconscious. His face is pale and clammy inside his helmet, and his suit's medical readouts indicate he's fallen prey to a fast-acting alien pathogen that has managed to get in his suit's oxygen supply. Oh, jeez. Well, we've got a 60% chance to identify the agent and find a cure. Let's hope. Yes, I want to play enough that I can get past where you were last so I can watch spoiler-free. Then what you're going to need to do is clear the Gerudo area. So good luck. You've got a couple days. Okay, we got a success. Masako runs a sample of Artem's blood through her portable bioanalyzer and identifies the infectious agent and the process by which it was attacking Artem's cells. She quickly synthesizes a compound that will interfere with the agent and injects it through the medical ports. The infection is still present, but Artem has greatly slowed its progress, and the hospital at Chiron base should be able to destroy it completely. Oh jeez, that could have, like, actually killed him. Okay. Yikes. Well, let's take a look at that life. Okay, Ichikawa surveys the planet, discovers a living ecosystem of carbon-based life, microbial plant, and animal life within the atmosphere. Winged creatures soar through the sky. This planet's life forms are bafflingly diverse, to the extent that it's hard to identify individual species. Many of the life forms have thick carapaces that seem almost impervious to harm, yet do not restrict the creature's movement. We think we can develop more resilient spacesuits if we can retrieve a sample. Let's go for it, let's try! Yes! Armored spacesuits! Oh, thank fuck! Oh, I love that! Oh. Gathering a sample from a living creature would be dangerous, so Ichikawa finds a recently dead one and uses power tools to remove a piece of the carapace. Back at the lab, she subjects it to a barrage of tests and finds it to withstand and even regenerate from almost anything she throws at it. The Chiron Project scientists have to find a way to grow more of this material, but once they do, they'll be able to equip the explorers with much more resilient spacesuits. Let's go! Bafflingly diverse. While observing the planet's bafflingly diverse animal analogs, Ichikawa sees one creature's limbs detach themselves and reattach to another in a different sequence. It seems that the planet's higher life forms are actually colonies of smaller creatures, each of them with a specialized role that can arrange themselves in different body plans depending on the situation. Oh, that is fascinating. And we're actually going to be able to get accurate, readouts now of where creatures are. Clouds? We haven't actually seen clouds, really. Planet-wide cloud cover. Starting the clouds, Ichikawa learns that they are composed of not of gas or vapor, but countless living microorganisms suspended in the atmosphere. Oh, and Asha leveled up. Fascinating. Well, wait, we haven't even looked at even more small moving objects. Nomadic groups of living creatures moving in ways that are clearly intelligent. What is it with gas giants and having life? We actually have a civilization here. Planet's home to a civilization. They live in nomadic groups. The explorers managed to make contact with the Castella civilization and decipher the rudiments of their language. They are avian carnivores. They call themselves the Artes, and their home planet, Noada. The civilization uses sophisticated tools made out of natural materials and has a substantial impact on its environment, analogous to humans during the Neolithic era. Asha notices the artists always move and work in small groups. Alright. Only a short time after the most awesomest vessel's arrival, many artists individuals are speaking pan-solar fluently, while the explorers still struggle with the basics of the complex artist language. Asha learns that the artists have a bewildering variety of dialects and have developed ingenious mental techniques to help them learn new languages quickly. Okay, we try to translate to form into a form that humans can use. Ooh, the linguistic AI upgrade. Oh, this is gonna be sick. Asha spends some time with several RT language tutors who patiently teach her their language learning technique. Asha quickly realizes that the technique relies on peculiarities of artists' brain structure and is too complex for humans to ever learn, but thinks it could be the basis for an AI expert system built into the explorer's suits. Oh, that's so cool. Let's take a look at the small groups. Studying the groups, Asha learns that they practice a social redundancy in which multiple individuals go everywhere together and have the same experiences and knowledge. If any individual is killed or incapacitated, any other member of the group can seamlessly take over their role, which fits in with, like, how the planet works. So, like, the smaller creatures can detach and replace whatever's needed, and it seems like in their social structure they've also adapted that way. That's fascinating. Many RTs believe that the only way to learn about one another is to face them in combat. They challenge the explorers in a staged battle in which they can pit their respective combat prowess against one another. Despite RT's assurances that the battle will be non-lethal, the explorers worry that it is hard to be sure combat is non-lethal when fighting a totally alien foe. So our highest success is to use the knowledge of the artist's biology to devise tactics. Or Asha explains that humans are explorers, not warriors. Imagine what we could learn with other culture if we succeed, though. Come on, Ishikawa. No! Ooh. Masako has already been able to observe the avian alien's anatomy and devises combat techniques that will take advantage of the humans' more grounded stance. Unfortunately, the RTs have been studying the humans in the same way, and the battle ends after Artem falls to a well-placed blow. Yikes. Okay, so I thought that Ishikawa was going to be the one fighting, but no, it was Artem, who is struggling. Okay, I might not have done that if I knew that Ishikawa wasn't gonna be the one fighting. But now I know. The eccentric orbit. A large planetoid that collided with it during the star system's formation, pushing into its current eccentric orbit. We have to leave before Artem dies. We did find the civilization. I would have liked more planetary science data, though. It's unfortunate, but with these stellar flares, we gotta go before Artem succumbs to either the alien infection or the injury. So let's go. Have fun with the gaming. All right, bye, Wurmple. I'll see you later. Let's go through that gate. The explorers find themselves dizzy and nauseous as twisted space-time and the wormhole tunnel is affecting their bodies. Well, let's try to divert course. Okay, Song has lingering symptoms. It's fine. You were already gonna have to sit out, bud. All right. Let's take a look at the crew. Oh, cool. We actually have a lot of people available. That's good. Okay, only Song and Artem are, like, sitting out for a while. Whew. So Sophie is, like, gonna be a must for the crew. Ishikawa actually is level 3 now as opposed to Desta. I mean, maybe we can double up on one of these, but that's probably a bad idea. Yeah, okay, both of them technically have, like, the same skill level, though. Yeah, Desta's actually about to level up, so Desta's actually gonna be a little bit better because of the inspired trait here. Likewise, Raven is better than Asha. Ludmila is probably also going to be good to bring because, again, of the inspired trait. But we'll take a look and see if we need to switch anybody out. Let's see what we got here. We can get armored spacesuits, or we can train a linguistic AI. Can aid in the analysis of new languages. We need to detect civilizations, though. Monitoring systems of emergent intelligent life. By connecting with the system, the Chiron project could determine which target systems have civilizations. We have to. We have to see where civilizations are. Like, we just need to. So we'll work on the linguistic AI when we have a little bit more to spare. And if we have the armored spacesuits, that's gonna mean we're not gonna get in as much trouble, so... Oh, it costs biology. Learning about extinct life could be nice. Sophisticated AI modeling could accurately predict which planets in the system are likely to harbor life. This just means we're going to get more biology data, so we have to take it. We have to take it. Alright. And we know that if it has life on it, it's more likely to have, like, an alien civilization. So that's gonna help us in both regards. Okay, there doesn't seem to be any, like, alien life. Like, no alien civilizations, I mean. There's alien life, not civilizations. Well, we need that alien life, though, so let's go. Ooh. This wormhole tunnel is twisted and volatile. A gravitational storm threatens to tear the awesomest vessel apart. We gotta learn more about the wormholes. We gotta learn more. We got damaged life support and an injury. The forces working on the most awesomest vessel are nothing a human engineer has had to contend with before the gravitational storm tears her makeshift reinforcements apart and throws her across the cabin. Great! Great. Oh, looks like life is like right here, right next door. That's neat. Okay, most awesomest vessel enters orbit of Fact-Va, a small, temperate, rocky moon with a moderate gravity and a thin nitrogen atmosphere. Orbits very close to Pact 5 and is surrounded by a ring of small bodies and contains liquid water. Detected signs of life on this moon. Around the ring, ooh, it's actually a swarm of space-dwelling life forms, each about the size of the most awesomest vessel. They're spaceship-sized little creatures. Here in this system, a huge organism has found its way to survive in the void of space. I say little, but it's spaceship size. An environment once thought, okay, has a quasi-metallic hide. Right. We actually have a decent chance of succeeding this time because we have an intact, like, bio bay. So I think we have to try to retrieve a sample. Several broken bones! Okay. Walks over with reflector thin cutting tools and a sample container, begins to survey the hide for samples that can be removed without harming it. As soon as they touch the creature, however, it reacts startlingly quickly, rippling its skin, and throwing dust off into space. Okay. Ouch. Well, we're gonna learn more. Okay, let's look. Desta studies the creature's exotic biodiversity and finds that it's based on gases found in the nebula. It seems that primitive life somehow arose from organic compounds in the nebula, and over time these evolved into a life form entirely native to the void of space. Fascinating. The navigational sensors alert the explorers to an object erratically moving in and out of a collision course with the most awesomest vessel. It is one of the huge space-dwelling life forms that the explorers at first took to be the ring system. A close-up view of the creature could be informative, but it's about the size of the most awesomest vessel and looks like it could easily damage the ship without meaning to. They try to avoid the creature, take control, and tries to calm the organism, or wait for the creature to lose interest. I think we have to play it safe. There's a lot still to explore here. We can't just get another damaged thing. We have to wait and lose until it loses interest. Okay. The organism matches the orbit a few hundred kilometers away from the most awesomest vessel and observes it with a dozen huge globular eyes, allowing the most awesomest vessel scanner to observe it in turn. Eventually, it seems to decide the most awesomest vessel is neither predator nor prey and backs off to its normal orbit. Nice. Let's take a look at that liquid water ocean. Ooh, it's the remains of a comet. Ooh. That's fun. Alright, so that's the life in this system. Oh, okay, Ludmila is sick. Okay, the damaged life support system is struggling to provide clean air and water for the crew. Alright. Rip. Alright, ring of small bodies. Remnants of a moon. Alright. Ooh. The magnetic field channels charged particles into radiation belts, similar to the Van Allen belts. Oh, Sophie takes the opportunity to study the planet's magnetic field. Ooh, look at that. Our advanced radiation shielding is coming in clutch here. 90% chance of success. Trusting the radiation shielding protector, Sophie stays in the observation module, take readings as the most awesomest vessel passes through the belt. The shielding holds, and she constructs a more complete picture of the planet's magnetic field. I'm loving this. Alright, what's the eccentric orbit? Okay, it's a rogue. Alright. Apparently gas giants can be rogue planets, and you know, that's something that just never really, like, occurred to me, so I don't know why it didn't, but it didn't. And the nebula that surrounds the system provides a magnificent vista for the explorers, but the most awesomest vessel were designed for a complete vacuum. Any number of asteroids large enough to damage the vessel. Let's adjust this. We gotta try, right? We gotta keep trying. Yes, we got a success. Even a dense nebula region is thinner than the planetary atmosphere, so the most awesomest vessel is designed to enter while landing. By bringing the planetary atmosphere sensors online and adjusting them for deep space use, Ludmilla is able to compensate for the malfunction and safely guide the ship. Okay, and Sophie can experiment with modifying the scanners to cope with nebular interference. The nebula interface compensation upgrade can now be researched. Okay, good. So we can counteract that as well. I think that's going to be low priority unless, like, something really interesting, like, appears in a nebula system. But the fact that we have that option now is good. Possible modifications. Alright. Let's take a look at that liquid water. Precipitation Ocean. And Desta's now level 3. And let's take a look at those craters. Extinct volcanoes. Alright. Well, we're still pretty decent. The damaged life support could be a little bit of a problem, but we gotta keep going. I want to look at the asteroid belt if we can. Okay, Desta is sick. It's okay. Ooh, high gravity and crushingly dense helium atmosphere. But there's vegetation! Oh, we gotta look. Oh, they're crystalline growths, though. Forest trying to be immense fields of crystalline growths. I should have known. Like, it's not... We know it doesn't have life on it. So, it makes sense. But maybe those crystalline growths could be useful. A warning sound blares in the helmet. Her suit seals are failing under the crushing pressure of the atmosphere. Okay, well, we gotta reinforce the suit. The explorers link their life support suit systems together. Alright. Transfers enough to strengthen the seals to keep the suit from imploding. Good. And let's take a look at that eccentric orbit. Alright, it's a collision. Ooh, okay. Sophie begins to lag behind. Okay. Adjust the suit joints to let the suit take more of her weight. It's the same % chance, but I think that's more interesting. Nope. Just Sophie's suit with the makeshift adjustments are not sturdy enough to withstand the high gravity, and Sophie collapses. The explorers manage to carry her back, but she has serious injuries. I mean, that's better than before where 2 people got injured. I'm sorry, Sophie. Alright. Let's take a look at that asteroid belt. I think we gotta dodge this time because we already know what we can from this. Oh, we got a great. We got a damaged biolab now. Yay! The asteroid belt has unusually dense bodies. It was once a planet. Okay, Ludmilla has leveled up. It appears to have been formed when it collided with another body. Alright, so it's the same as before. That's good to know. With all of this, I think that means we're gonna have to leave. I think we have enough research for more stuff, so we're going to Yeah, see, Desta's sick. Desta's even more sick. We gotta go. Something moves alongside the most awesomest vessel in the chaotic non-space, the wormhole tunnel. It's visible to the explorer's eyes as a knot of flickering light, and to the ship's sensors as a fractally complex interplay of energy fields. It moves as if alive and curious. Okay. We have a good rate of success if we study it as an energy field. Let's do it, Sophie. The most awesomest vessel holds its course next to the phenomena for long enough for Sophie to perform high-resolution scans of the energy field, which reveal insights about the weird physical laws inside the gate. It looks like, depending on how we scan it, we will get, like, additional information depending on what we pick. Which, I think is fine. Who is going to be available? Okay, Raven is still available. Ishikawa is back on board. I guess that means we're gonna take a look. Okay, we have a civilization available at a red supergiant. I think that means it's okay for me to take Asha and Song. We need to start leveling up Freya. We gotta level up Freya. Likewise, I think we need the armored spacesuits. There's so much damage that we've been taking that could be prevented with these spacesuits. We don't need the nebula interface compensation yet, because this one doesn't have a nebula on it. So we can wait on that. Let's take a look at the gravity. Oh, we can do gravity and atmosphere. Alright. So we don't need to worry about planetary science quite as much anymore. We've got most of that stuff. Alright. So, we no longer need to worry about how many planets, just what is on them. So, it's time to go to the red supergiant. The wormhole tunnel flickers violently around the most awesomest vessel, and the propulsion system detects strange readings in the gate drive. The Chiron Project's wormhole physicists created the drive by reverse engineering the alien technology of the gate, and even they only partially understand its workings. Now energy flows through in ways they didn't anticipate, ways that seem to break the laws of thermodynamics. The most awesomest vessel rattles and warning lights blink as the strange energies threaten to overwhelm it. Okay, so Raven can try to work out how the gate builder's own ships interact with the energy flows. Me and Asha can too, but Raven has a better chance of success. Damaged medbay, no! Raven tries to imagine how the energy readings might have appeared to the alien physiology of the gate builders, and so they could fix their own gate drive to compensate, but no insight comes. Before she can change her strategy, something breaks, and the wormhole spits it back into normal space. Hydrogen gas planet, carbon dioxide atmosphere. Looks like life is over here. So that's probably where the civilization is. It's got high grav though, so that's gonna be rough, and it's very hot. We're basically committing to this. Go. Okay, the explorers must take regular anti-radiation treatments to withstand cosmic radiation during a long-term space mission, but the damage to the medbay means that some of these treatments are less effective. Okay, Freya is showing signs of radiation sickness. Alright. We detected signs of life on the planet. Let's take a look. The most awesomest vessel's engines strain to set the ship down safely under the high gravity. While moving objects are living alien animals which roll across the planet's surface and are on naturally evolved wheels. Following many of the animal groups are nomadic groups of living creatures, herding the animals in ways that are clearly intelligent. Let's go! On the way back to the most awesomest vessel, Ichikawa Masako begins to lag behind the rest of the group, and her breathing becomes labored. The planet's high gravity is taking its toll, and she's suffering from exhaustion. Okay, so the radiation sickness is not great. We just need to drag Masako back. Yay! It worked! We need to take a look at that civilization first and foremost. Alright. The explorers managed to make contact with the civilization and decipher their language. They are bipedal photosynthesizers who call themselves Shadan, and their planet Kari. The civilization uses tools made of natural materials. They are Mesolithic. Many of the Shadan buildings are filled with the preserved bodies of the dead. Alright, interesting. The Shadan become increasingly sullen around the explorers. Eventually, one of them tells Raven that it's customary for visitors from far-off places to bring gifts to the local ruler, and the explorers have failed to do so. Raven investigates Shadan gift-giving culture and fabricates some artifacts that they would find particularly pleasing. Let's try it. Most human cultural artifacts would be incomprehensible to the Shadan and vice versa, but Raven uses what she knows of their culture to select some appropriate artworks and present them in a way that relates them to Shadan modes of understanding. The local ruler is extremely pleased with the gifts, and the gift-giving ceremony sparks a lively discussion about interspecies aesthetics. Nice. Let's take a look at those preserved bodies of the dead. What look like preserved bodies are actually living Shadan individuals in a dormant phase of their life cycle. Oh. As soon as the Shadan hear about humans' medical technology, the healers beg for help with a disease. Well, we can't use the med bay for any of this because it's broken. They seem to think the explorers' advanced technology could cure the plague easily. Why does this always happen? Why do we always have the damaged med bay for this? We can't help. I'm sorry, bud. I'm sorry. Let's take a look at that life. Ichikawa Masako surveys the planet and discovers a living ecosystem of silicon-based microbial plant and animal life on the surface. Immense organisms crawl across its surface, each the size of a terrestrial forest. They all roll across the surface on naturally evolved wheels. They are bafflingly diverse to the extent it's hard to determine individual species. They communicate without any discernible method. The explorers can barely move under the gravity without becoming exhausted, but the planet's native animal analogs are able to run, jump, climb, and even jump. Close study of the anatomy could lead the technology to help explorers survive on high-gravity planets, if the explorers can safely get one of the most awesomest vessels lab. Alright, Ichikawa, let's go! Oh, we damaged the hull. We damaged the hull. We damaged the biolab. Okay. Gather some food in one of the more docile herbivores and use it to entice the creature into the lab. Masako runs a non-invasive scans while it processes the meal, but something startles it and it bolts from the ship. Wait, how does its footsteps damage the biolab if it has wheels? Well, luckily, we just really wanted to check this one out. Like, this is what we came here for. Bafflingly diverse ecosystem. Ichikawa Masako eventually concludes that the planet's diversity is just what appears. Life here consists of a very diverse array of species, which is a small population. And we gotta link together life support systems. Okay, Freya and Raven are both suffering from heat stroke. Ooh, Ichikawa looks for ways to improve the suits using alien technology. How are you looking? Alright, you don't have anything getting your way. But you're now also suffering from heat stroke. Alright. Millions of years of evolution on hot planets have given the Kari's microorganisms better ways of surviving heat than the Chiron Project's scientists could invent. Masako introduces some modified alien microorganisms to her suit's cooling system and activates them on the surface. Unfortunately, microorganisms begin cooling themselves by venting heat into the suit's regular cooling system. Oh, no. Alright, let's look at that signal without discernible method. Subtle chemical signals. Ooh. Fascinating. Let's see. What about the dust? Oh, petrified excretions. Oh, we've got, guys, we've got fossilized poop. Fascinating. And also, it's unusually dense. It's got a farmer gas giant core. All right. Ooh, the floors come across a group of wheeled animals that appear to be resting. It'd be a perfect opportunity to make some close-up observations, but there's no idea how they would react. Let's see if we... Okay, we tried to startle them, and it knocks Masako off her feet. A huge limb swings around with startling speed to knock her off her feet. Yikes. Oh, well. We tried... We can take a look at the asteroid belt at least before we head back. Get a little bit more data. this is the remains of a planet, and it collided with other stuff. Oh crap. Asha begins feeling uncomfortably cold inside her suit. A suit diagnostic reveals that the suit's heating system is failing and her body heat is being lost to space. Yeah, Freya could try, but it's only a 20% chance of success, so we gotta just share the load. Okay. Good. They're working properly, so they link the suits together and everybody's fine. Alright. Alright, let's go back to the gate. Freya's showing signs of radiation sickness, but we're okay. We're heading back. Ooh, the most awesomest vessel hurls along the wormhole tunnel. Ishikawa notices strange readings from the organic samples in the biolab, but nobody has any chances of success because the biolab is fucking destroyed. And the medbay is destroyed. We gotta ignore it. Damn. Alright. Let's take a look at what's through the gate. We don't have any civilizations available, but we do have some nebulas and dense asteroids around where there's life. It's a black hole! God damn! No wonder there's asteroids. But that's cool though. What if we want to go where the black hole is? Because that could be pretty cool. Yeah, let's identify systems containing remnants of extinct life. And maybe that'll change the opinion of where we go. Nope. Alright. I don't think taking both Raven and Asha actually helped really with anything. I don't think we got too much more xenology data from that, but that's okay. I mean, maybe we actually did and I wasn't paying attention. Let's take Sophie, Ludmila, and Song. I think that's a pretty obvious choice. Alright. I'm gonna need more water soon. So, as soon as I need more water, I'm gonna be taking a quick break. Lol? What do you mean, lol? Then I'm gonna need water soon? Is it because I've been talking for 2.5 hours straight? It might be. Alright, the dense asteroids is gonna be a bit of a problem, but we counteract the nebula now, so let's go take a look at that life around that black hole. This wormhole is twisted and volatile. The gravitational storms threaten to tear the most awesomest vessel apart! Well, let's try and reinforce it. Okay, damaged life support and an injury. Yay! That's great when we're here around a black hole. It's a trinary system containing a black hole, a yellow-white main sequence star, and an orange supergiant. The system is crowded with minor asteroids inside a thick nebula, which is no longer dangerous. The Chiron project detected life. Oh, there's actually quite a bit of life. Let's grab this closest one first. Sup, losers? Who could that be referring to? Let's see, Asha begins to suffer from nausea and finds it hard to concentrate. Medical scans, she's an infection. Okay. Well, let's try a treat with the automated medbay. Nice. It's you, you're the loser. No, you're not a loser. Alright. Apparently there's life around here, so let's take a look at the unusually lightness. Oh, look like a lifeless body is actually an immense space-dwelling life form. Its hide encrusted with interplanetary dust. That's no moon! That's no moon! Found a planet with extinct to climate change intelligent life who have extincted their ancestors with polluted oceans and the rest of the biosphere extinct to an asteroid impact. Is that just Earth in the future? Like, goddamn, that's a lot. That's a lot. If you want to say if you straight up vanish, you're okay? Okay. Understood. Have fun, I hope. Space-dwelling life form, the size of a small asteroid encrusted with a layer of rock. Its surface is covered in what looks like impact craters. Well, let's take a look at it. Ludmila studies the creature's exotic biochemistry and finds that it's based on gases found in the nebula. It seems that primitive life somehow arose from organic compounds in the nebula, and over time these evolved to life form entirely native to the void of space. Okay, so that's nothing new. Around industrial strange, so yeah! Oh, no. Alright, impact craters. Millions of years of impacts on one creature! God damn, that's cool! This thing's been alive for millions of years! Alright, we have enough to travel to the other planet. It's got high gravity and very hot, though, so could be a problem. Work will be busy. From work, voice acting, and maybe streaming. Well, good luck with that. Okay. Denbola 1 orbits close to the black hole Denbola Alpha, just outside the maelstrom of destruction that is its accretion disk. Diffuse matter trapped by the black hole's gravity spirals inwards, heated by friction and tidal forces into an angry glow. Closer observation could yield new insights into both the composition of the accretion disk and the gravitational effects, if the explorers are willing to risk getting that close to a black hole. Well, we gotta send a remote probe. Creating a probe that will last long enough in that region of destruction to transmit back useful data is difficult, but Ludmila rises to the challenge and designs a sturdy robot loaded with scanners inside a reinforced shell. It spins through the layers of the accretion disk, transmitting back data about the disintegrating bodies before being consumed by the ravenous void. The system is named Funny. That is funny. Ooh, we got an unstable surface. And vegetation. Let's take a look at that unstable surface, first of all. A hot molten core whose heat powers the crust's tectonic activity. On the way back, Asha begins to lag behind. Well, I thought we advanced the suits. Maybe I forgot to do that? Why isn't it helping? Let the suit take more of her weight. No, she's got serious internal injuries. Of course not. Alright, vegetation. The areas of possible vegetation on the most awesomest vessel detected from orbit are living forests of plant-like life forms. Let's go. The ground shakes and streaks flash through the sky. Denbola 1 is passing through one of the system's dense asteroid regions. The asteroids are raining down the planet's meteors. Oh, our armored spacesuits give us plus 20 for this. You know what? I'm gonna risk it. Nope, Sophie has gotten injured. The explorers didn't come all this way to play it safe. They set up monitoring equipment and began recording using their suit sensors. They have only collected a small amount, however, when a meteor hits the ground only a short distance from them, throwing Sophie to her feet to land heavily on the rocky surface. Alright, well, let's take a look at those forests. Song surveys the planet and discovers a living ecosystem of silicon-based microbiome plant life on the surface. Forests of alien plants cover large parts of the surface. Okay. There's evidence that more complex life existed here geologically recently. This plant's life forms are bafflingly diverse. The extent is hard to identify individual species. Okay, more complex in the recent past. We got an extinction event. Ludmila Sobal eventually determines that a virulent disease evolved to affect all the plant's complex life forms and killed most of its hosts before eventually running its course. Ludmila begins feeling uncomfortably hot inside her suit. Well, we gotta try... Okay, not dangerously so. Alright. Ecosystem is bafflingly diverse. The creature's weirdly diverse body shapes baffle the explorers until Ludmila Sobal discovers one large creature tearing a limb off a smaller creature and attaching it to its own body. Okay. It appears that this plant's predators consume their prey not only by ingesting their flesh, but also grafting body parts onto themselves, resulting in weird amalgamations of mismatched limbs. That base was intense. Okay, the surface shifts, and Ludmila vanishes into a newly opened fissure. Well, we gotta find that alternate route. Sophie's really good at that. Might as well look at the dust while we're here. Oh, the microorganism breaks down the crust as part of the biological process. Fascinating. That's real good to know. On the way back, let's take a look at the asteroid belt. It's unusually dense, and it was once a planet. Alright. Good to know. Yeah, there's lots of, like, little planets that I could have just stopped by on the way back, I'm realizing. Sophie's becoming sick, though. Alright, this one's unusually dense. It's a fragment of a core that was broken up by some primordial collision. Oh, the ground shakes and streaks flash through the sky. It's passing through one of the dense asteroid regions. Honestly, overall, we're not too injured. Let's try to... Yep, no, it hit Sophie again. Of course it hit Sophie again. Why wouldn't it hit Sophie, right? Why wouldn't it hit Sophie? Okay, let's take a look at this one, because it's not too dangerous, all things considered. Just in case there's something here. Okay, more meteor showers. At this point, if Sophie gets hurt again, Sophie will die. So we gotta retreat. Okay. And let's leave. Let's leave. Let's leave. Before Sophie dies. Explorers find themselves getting dizzy and nauseous. The switch to space-time in the wormhole tunnel is affecting their bodies. Okay, let's adjust that radiation shielding. Highest chance. We gotta learn something. Here in gate space, neither the radiation nor the most awesomest vessel's radiation shielding function quite as he expects, but she is flexible enough to adjust her approach. Okay, they immediately feel better, but we don't learn anything. Dang. Okay, only Song was unharmed. Zerg! Looks like Desta and Raven are back. Organic remains detected. Ooh. 16 explorable bodies, what the hell? Damn! That's a lot. That's like a lot. We're gonna install the organic remnant detection system, so that way we can get, like, who knows how much extinct life is around those 16 planets. Like, there could be so much information to be gained there. And it looks like we're just gonna have Artem, Desta, and Raven. Alright. Song's level 4 now, so we might actually have some pretty decent pilot stuff now. You know, maybe? Maybe? Let's go. Something moves alongside the vessel in the wormhole tunnel and is visible to the explorer's eyes. Okay. We need to study it as if it might be intelligent. Nope. Great, we damaged the biolab before we even got there. That was a bad plan. Okay, there's only one organic remains here. Alright. Oh, great, an alien infection has escaped the biolab and affected Desta. Great, thanks. Okay. Part of the surface are covered in what appears to be vegetation. A layer of colorful material floats on top of the ocean. What's floating on top of the ocean? It's pollution! A native civilization's industrial activity. Only very long-lived compounds are still detectable, indicating the pollution occurred a long time ago. Alright, we've got a polluted ocean. The most awesomest vessel has already encountered living aliens, but the ruins of El Gafar Vla are a reminder that every civilization's story must end. A universe as ancient as the one the most awesomest vessel is exploring must contain far more dead civilizations than living ones. The knowledge that entire civilizations have passed into extinction is sobering, but Artem finds hope in the thought that their stories are still there for the most awesomest vessel to discover. It's an oxygen-nitrogen atmosphere. Again, kind of like Earth's. The moon once had a civilization. Pollution from their industry still floats on the moon's oceans. They became extinct for unknown reasons. Let's take a look at their civilization. They were aquatic herbivores who called themselves the Yeth-Yakel and called their planet Solch Katnath. How do you know how it's pronounced if you never... Like, how do you know it's pronounced? They had industrial age-level technology. Yelth artworks always depict them in small groups, never singly. Large areas of the moon show no signs of their activity despite the civilization having had... Wait, yeah. Okay, despite the civilization having the capacity to use them. The explorers find a well-preserved tablet containing a complex series of markings. It does not contain any of the Yelth Yakulm's written language, but is detailed enough that it could encode a great deal of information, if encoding information is its purpose. Without knowing what kind of artifact it is, the explorers can make no sense of it. Is it a map, is it a medical diagram, or is it an artwork? Your ship's dead? You died? Damn! Well, we have a high chance of it working as an artwork, so let's go with it. Raven spends hours looking at the pattern, waiting for some kind of aesthetic experience that could bridge the gulf of time and species between herself and the Yelth Yakulm artist, but no such experience comes and she eventually admits defeat. Okay. They always are depicted in small groups. Very strong social bonds, to the extent they could not bear to be apart from their social groups. In the ruins of Tolchkanath, Ketinath, hard to survive a nebula with damaged interstellar engines. Oh yeah, it is. Oh no, that's rough, bud. The explorers find a set of well-preserved stone tablets inscribed with what appears to be an epic work of literature. Normally, the explorers would scan it and leave it for Earth-based scholars to study in detail, but Song becomes fascinated with it and wants to spend time translating it in full and delving into its meaning. Yeah, let's take a look at the document in depth. Song spends days poring over the document, barely stopping to eat and sleep. The story is an epic drama, possibly inspired by real historic events, dealing with themes that manage to be both specific to Yakulm culture, but also applicable to all intelligent life. At the end of the story, the explorers find Gyeong changed, filled with a new enthusiasm for exploration. Let's go! Alright, why did they underdevelop these areas? Ancient records relating to establish of natural sanctuaries, which they never violated. Explorers come across a mausoleum filled with Yakulm bodies. The bodies appear to have been carefully preserved shortly after death, and the conditions of the area have led them to being undisturbed since the fall of civilization. The explorers could learn a lot about the aliens' biology from dissecting some of the bodies, but Raven feels that to do so would be disrespectful to the dead. Oh, goddamn, this would have had an almost perfect chance of success were it not for the alien infection. Let's dissect the bodies. Aw, no! Removed the inspired trait! Oh, that makes sense. Desta... Okay. But it was a success. Dissect several of the bodies to study the anatomy. Learn a great deal about the biology of an intelligent alien species and the civilization's funeral processes, but Raven is haunted. Okay. They became extinct for unknown reasons. A large meteor impacted at the same time that they became extinct, and there was no doubt the cause of their extinction. Let's look at that vegetation. What looked like an orbit to be forests of immense fields of crystalline growths, some of the crystals have been deliberately shaped to form cities, but are now long abandoned. Okay. Interesting. Oceans of liquid water cover the surface. Oh, there's ocean-dwelling life here. Okay. Neat. Oh, there's a flare coming. Yeah, let's get back before the flare hits. And we got a dangerous dose of radiation. Okay, let's take a look at the life in the moon's ocean. Photosynthetic life forms that are responsible for the moon's oxygen atmosphere became extinct recently enough that the oxygen has not had time to vanish. Okay, let's take a look at that extinct ecosystem. And it was the asteroid impact. Yep. Let's look at that nitrogen atmosphere. Raven is now level 4. Desta eventually finds traces of ancient microorganism that converted carbon dioxide into oxygen. Over time, the oxygen will be reabsorbed into the moon's surface. But here appears to have gone extinct recently enough the oxygen is still present. Alright. That's pretty neat. Let's see. So this appears to be safe for us to explore. Just while we're here. Yeah, go for it. Oh! The volcanoes are safe, huh? That's not red, it's safe, apparently. Tectonic volcanoes. Just like on Earth. Nice. The ground trembles beneath the explorer's feet in a column of dark cloud rises from a nearby mountaintop. Volcanoes erupting as soon as the ground of the explorers stand while being engulfed in lava. Yeah, I know that this was technically a less chance of success, but we did Song's thing before. I want to see if Artem's... Okay. We didn't learn anything, unfortunately. On Earth, he could have easily have judged a safe moment to pack up and leave, but Elfgar's volcanoes don't behave how he expects. So he finds himself surrounded by lava. The heat overwhelms his suit. Oh, possible structures, huh? Okay, they are geological formations, but they are unusually shaped. Alright. We gotta go back to the ship before the flare hits. Okay. Anything else safe? This one has liquid. Let's go there. Okay, we have an alien infection on Song. We gotta turn back, after this one. Because the biolab is just infecting people, and that's not good. Comet impacted the planet years ago. Gotta get back to the vessel before the flare hits. Ooh, Song has a dangerous level of radiation sickness as well. Yep. Okay, heavily cratered. Recent meteor bombardment. Alright, let's get out of here. Oh, no! Wait, 202! Desta, no! Desta died! No! The alien infection is eating away at Desta's body. The explorers can do nothing but make their final moments more comfortable. Not Desta! Not our biologist! Oh, no. Okay. Raven reconfigures the scenario to study the lattice's construction. Okay, we cannot determine what the lattice is made of. Raven hopes that she can adjust to resolve finer details and learn something about the gate builder's technology or culture. Unfortunately, the readings are simply too strange, and Raven does not manage to learn anything. Silence falls in the Chiron base room as the surviving explorers report Desta's death. Everyone knew that exploration beyond the Chiron gate would be risky, but the first death still comes as a shock. The base's designers solemnly begin designing a memorial for the dead explorer. Hopefully not too many more names will need to be added to it on the most awesomest vessel's future missions. A memorial. Died due to alien infection. Alright. What are we going to be exploring? Okay, it looks like dense asteroids for a civilization, probably. It's gonna be more effective than other things, so... I'm still upset about that, though. Which systems have traced to extinct civilizations? Gate traffic analysis. Analysis of the wormhole vortex could reveal which systems gates have been activated within the last few thousand years, indicating they have been visited by other spacefaring civilizations. Ooh. I feel like the gate traffic analysis is going to be more important than the civilization remnant detector. Let's go with that one. Oh, this one has gate traffic. Ooh. We gotta find out about that one. We gotta find out. Alright, we got Ishikawa, Ludmila, and Freya. God, it's gonna be hard. It's gonna be hard without Desta. Poor Desta. Alright, let's go to this black hole. Object drifts across the path through the wormhole. It's barely visible in the crackling maelstrom. The scanners managed to resolve it as a solid hunk of rock, a piece of the normal universe somehow intruding into the strange space. Alright, let's intercept the asteroid. Nope, it damaged the hull, and so we have a damaged fabricator. Alright. Throw the probe back and it vanishes into the vortex to become another lost object endlessly circling the wormhole network. Well, hopefully, the damaged fabricator doesn't bite us too hard. It's not gonna bite us as hard as, like, other things, right? It's gonna bite us really hard? Okay, cool, good to know. Oh, right, we don't know where in the system people would have been, though. Navigation system flashed an ominous warning. The most awesome vessel was previously in a stable orbit. The black hole has won the orbital tug-of-war, and the most awesomest vessel is now spiraling inwards. The explorers must act quickly to prevent the ship from being pulled too close to escape. Okay. Ludmilla overloads the engine to overcome the black hole's gravity. Ooh. Okay. Ludmilla disables the propulsion engine safeties and uses every engineering trick she knows to push fuel through the engine. It fights against the black hole's grasp, but the acceleration required to break free is simply beyond what the engines can provide. It eventually makes it into a safer orbit, but the engine has taken severe damage! Great! Love that! Ring of small bodies. Okay, we got a failed moon. Cursa 1 orbits close to the black hole Cursa, just outside the maelstrom of destruction that is its accretion disk. Diffuse matter trapped by the black hole's gravity. Well, we can't go any closer than that. We've got a damaged drive. Heated by friction, tidal forces an angry glow. Closer observation could yield new insights. Damaged fabricator means we can't collect more data. Hold on, let's observe the destruction from afar. Oh, existential despair. You know, that's fair. I should have seen that coming. Though most of the most awesomest vessel is safe at the outer edge of the accretion disk, being this close to the hole in space changes the mood of the ship. While Raven is monitoring the data stream, she finds herself spending long hours staring at the circle of utter blackness being consumed by existential despair. Cost 6 fuel. We've already spent quite a bit of fuel. And we're not detecting anything here. Let's just keep moving. Okay, Raven is ill. Oh, because it made spoiled food. Great. Thanks, Fabricator. Unstable and cratered. Okay, let's keep moving. Ring of small bodies. Remains of a moon. Magnetic field charges. Okay. Let's double check that radiation shielding. Okay, we learned about the magnetic field and we are safe. We're not really finding anything, but I don't know. Ooh. Events during the mission have shaken Raven's confidence and left her depressed. During planetary exploration, she can keep it together, but the long journeys between planets, during which nothing seems to exist besides the sterile corridors of the most awesomest vessel and the infinite blackness beyond, leave her increasingly lethargic and melancholy. The other explorers worried that Raven's performance may slip enough to put the mission in danger. Alright, Freya. Let's counsel. Freya schedules regular sessions with Raven for the rest of the interplanetary journey, and together they work through the mission's events that have left Raven depressed. Therapy is always difficult, but in this case it is helpful, and by the time the most awesomest vessel reaches Cursa 4, Raven is feeling noticeably less depressed. That's good. That is very good. Okay, we're like really not detecting anything on these. Okay, Freya has gotten radiation sickness. So it's a minor ice moon. Ooh. Examination of the moon's composition suggests it originated in the outer cometary cloud of another star system, and the gravitational forces dislodged it from its old orbit and let it be captured by Cursa 4. Okay, Ichikawa Masako begins feeling uncomfortably cold inside her suit. Okay. Let's repair the heating system. Nice. Yeah, I'm starting to think that I might just not be able to find the thing. Suffers from nausea, makes it hard to concentrate. Medical scans confirm she's suffering from an infection brought from the Chiron base. Normally not be serious. Well, Freya, come on. Raven's back to normal in a couple days. Let's look at those impact craters. Millions of years of impact, and Freya has leveled up. Alright, good. We still have plenty to travel back. Okay, one more planet, come on. Okay, a localized anomaly, that's it. That's what we wanted to see. Of course it's the final planet out here. Alright, localized anomaly. Touchdown on Kursava. The structure is some kind of artwork built by alien artists who are not native to this moon. The explorers recognize the technology of the monument builders. Raven begins feeling uncomfortably cold inside the suit. Come on, fix the heating system. God damn it, Raven! Well, at least we learned a little bit about the monument builders, but I was hoping for more. Cryovolcanoes. The study of cryovolcanoes reveals that Kursava's ice sheet is constantly stretched and compressed by tidal flexing. We gotta wait for the geysers to pass. Okay, no we don't. Raven and Ludmilla are both injured. Yay! I can't have Raven die. We gotta leave. Alright, let's go back to the gate. Okay, Freya's ill. We gotta go. Barely visible through the crackling maelstrom, but scanners managed to resolve it as a solid hunk of rock. Just ignore the asteroid, man. Just ignore it. Just ignore it. Nuh-uh. We're not getting hit again. This is getting a little rough. We can bring Asha back on board, and we can bring Sophie on board, and Song. That's good. Do we have we don't have anything else to upgrade with the planetary science. Yeah, we're gonna need those intelligent life detection algorithms at some point. Or I guess Gate Civilization Remnant Detector. I don't know. Maybe if we, like, invest in the linguistic AI, it might be possible that, like, we'll get more xenology data whenever we talk to an alien. I don't know. Can we save and, I don't know if... I imagine we can quit and come back. But I'm not sure, so what we're gonna do is I'm gonna just turn off the music real quick, because I need a break. I need more water. I hope that you guys hydrate as well, because hydration is very, very important, and I wouldn't want all of you to get dehydrated. But go ahead and take a look at my family's podcast. That's called Collab Not Multiplayer, where we play single-player games together. Our next episode is coming out next week. We haven't recorded it yet, but it's gonna be a fun one. And we're talking about like a couple darker games this month for spooky season, because that's right, it's October. We all know that that's spooky season, right? We all know. And I mean, I guess I'm not really playing, like, a spoopy game right now, if you guys really, really wanted that, because, I mean, existential dread is pretty crushing. Is that good enough for you? I don't think it's particularly horrifying. This game's real fun, though. It's one of those longer roguelikes, but I'm finding it interesting. I don't know how much replay value it's gonna have exactly, but, I mean, that is if I beat it. If I don't beat it, then... oh boy, it might have a lot of replay value. I might be doomed. Alright. But if you want to help support the channel, I've got a Patreon and I got a YouTube link, and those are some of the best places to support this channel. Did you know you can actually follow on Patreon without donating any money? That's right, you can. And maybe eventually I'll actually keep updating it with stuff. Oops, I said the quiet part out loud. Alright. So... I'm real thirsty, so I'm just gonna go ahead and take that quick step away. It's probably only gonna be like 15 minutes, so don't stop that party. I'm gonna be right back.
We'll be driving down the state, yeah. Looking around for the next crowd, yeah. Going our own way, trying to find a new route, yeah. We'll be going in circles, trying to find a way, searching for the things we do, yeah. Drop top without a choice, yeah. Hair blown round to the window, singing stupid noise with you. I just wanna get to know ya. I wanna go far to the coast, yeah. I wanna drive fast to the ocean. I wanna know all of you. Growing old like a ghost, yeah. I wanna have kids of my own, yeah. Live a life till it's over. But until we do, it's sleeping soon.
15 minutes. Yeah, this game could keep me away for 15 minutes. Right, yeah. I'm back. And we're gonna continue going through the Chiron gate, like beyond the Chiron gate. We gotta. I've got more water, and I'm willing to step away when we need to. So we're gonna do it. We're gonna keep examining. Now, we have everything we can get right now. I tried to get meteor protection But, like, I guess that's just not a thing we're gonna be able to do with our current state of technology. If it happens, it happens, but there's only so much I can do, so. At least we were able to expand, like, our crew size pretty early. Okay, so we've got organic remains detected around both a black hole and a yellow main sequence. In general, it sounds like a better idea to go to the yellow main sequence, although risk and reward tells me that the black hole will get us something else. I think, in general, we gotta go to Massasim. Yeah, we can only use the Chiron gate 9 more times. I don't know if we're gonna be able to make it, but we'll find out. Okay, wormhole tunnel flickers violently and the propulsion system detects strange readings in the gate drive. It's created the drive of reverse engineering alien technology. The gate and the only partially understands working is now the energy flows in ways they didn't anticipate, ways that seem to break the laws of thermodynamics. Alright, Sophie, study those energy flows. Alright. Let's jump right to the organic remains detected. There are structures! Let's go! It's got low gravity and unstable surface, so that's not great. Let's take a look at those regular structures. Okay. Masahim Ella is home to alien life. Ichikawa determines that the regular patterns are due to actions of alien microbes that once lived deep under the surface. The ice beneath the explorer's feet begins to vibrate, and Sophie spots a series of white plumes emerging from the ice, rapidly getting closer, so he predicts where the eruptions will occur and avoids them. 93% chance of success. Quickly surveys the terrain and predicts the most likely course of the eruptions. The explorers run to an area where the ice is stable and huddle together till the eruptions pass by. Alright, let's look at those structures. Small settlements built by intelligent aliens. Let's go. Moon once had a civilization. The ruins of small settlements stopped the moon's surface. They became extinct for unknown reasons. What kind of civilization is this? Worm-like herbivores who called themselves Dutoth and called their planet Kastok. Though intelligence, the creatures did not use tools. Their historical writings suggest that they personally remembered events from the distant past. Okay. How did they do that? Asha realizes that the historical records were all written by descendants of the individuals of all the events, and the individuals of the species could inherit memories of their ancestors, so historians were indeed writing from memory. Okay, so inheriting instead of eating brains, in this case. They became extinct for unknown reasons. Asha notices that surviving Dutoth artifacts become less and less complex as they approach the date of the civilization's eventual disappearance. There are corresponding changes to the brain structure of surviving Dutoth remains. Same continuing evolution gradually diminished the species' intelligence until they were no longer capable of language or abstract thought. Sapiens lost. Fascinating. Life. Extinct ecosystem, carbon-based microbial plant animal life in the deep crust. Photosynthetic life forms responsible for the moon's oxygen atmosphere and became extinct recently enough that the oxygen has not yet time to vanish. Details of the remains suggest that one species exhibited remarkably complex behavior. Careful study of the moon's fossil remains reveals that the creature's distinct ancestors had larger and more complex organs of intelligence than the more recent remains. It seems that the moon once had a fully intelligent civilization, which gradually lost its capacity for abstract thought, and the civilization had already vanished by the time the planet's ecosystem had become extinct. God damn it, Asha! Gotta save Asha. God damn. Sophie, you're so good at that at this point. That's like 4th time that's happened? 5th time, maybe? Okay. Cosmic gamma ray burst would have flooded the moon with so much radiation no life could survive. It's an unstable surface, has a hot molten core, and oxygen-nitrogen atmosphere. Ancient microorganism converted carbon dioxide into oxygen. Alright, so got an extinct civilization here, so that's pretty neat to find. We can travel back. We can visit this on the way back. It's unusually dense. It was once a planet. And it collided with another body so violently it shattered. Alright. We still have most of, like, our fuel left. Oh, we gotta treat Sophie using automated medbay. Damn it. Okay, 2 people got sick. Alright. Ring of small bodies. Failed to coalesce into a moon. It's also got an eccentric orbit. Alright. Okay, now we've got injuries. Alright, we're not going to be staying too long here. We can at least pass by the outside of this. Remains of a moon. Ooh, okay. 100% success to stay out of the belt? Even with an injury? Alright, Song, go ahead and do it. Good job. We just needed a little bit of data. Okay, a rogue planet. Let's head home. Alright. Alright, Asha, go ahead and look deeper into the wormhole. Yeah, you're depressed. I'm not surprised. Alright. Yeah, why didn't I do that to Asha? We kinda needed... Yeah, right? Yeah, Raven's not back yet. So why'd I do that to Asha? Well, we need one more person. I guess we recruit a replacement pilot? Sure, recruit a replacement pilot. Marika, welcome to the team. Well, actually, hold on. Chiron Gate, hold on. We've got life detected around a white dwarf and a blue sequence main star. That does mean we need to bring somebody who knows biology data. Okay. Alright. Who do we bring? We gotta bring both of these just in case. We need as much data as we can get. Like, we don't know that there's, like, okay, what we can detect is gate traffic analysis. We can't detect remnants of civilizations. We can only detect current civilizations. Let's grab some linguistic AI, just in case something comes up. It's not. We're doomed, but we sure can try. Let's go. Let's go to Kurha, the white dwarf, because there's more chances for life. It's a dark lattice. Let's study the lattice's construction. It's a failure! Learn anything except the fact of the lattice's existence. Looks like we've only got one piece of life detected. Which is a little rough, but that means that there could have been something else here. Huh. The most awesomest vessel matches its orbit with Kurha, 4C. Small cold minor ice moon. Stellar radiation vaporizing the ice moon's surface, which extends outwards. Cometary trail. Large swaths of the surface are discolored. Scans indicate unusually irregular structures beneath the surface. Irregular structures? It's home to alien life. Ivona Goss determines that the regular patterns are due to the actions of alien microbes. Well, why is it discolored? Microbe colonies. Remains of dead microbe colonies. Ivona determines that the organisms naturally live in the deep crust and expired when the geological activity brought them to the surface, but further study reveals other colonies are still living underground. Explorers' radiation monitors begin beeping urgently. One of Kura Alpha's periodic stellar flares is beginning and is flooded with dangerous radiation. We gotta build that makeshift radiation shelter. Nope, okay. Lamula assembles a survival tent and lines its interior with radiation shielding, but the height of the storm, a tear opens the fabric. She manages to repair it, but in doing so, she receives a dangerous dose of radiation. Yay! Let's look at that moon. Now, as we know it, find life based on 4 different chemistries in a single game. Hydrocarbon-based life. Let's go! Microbial life in the deep crust. The life forms that explorers encounter on this moon are all fairly simple, but there's evidence that more complex life existed here geologically recently. More complex. A virulent disease evolved to affect all the moon's complex life forms and kill most of its hosts before eventually running its course. That was not a lot of biology data. That sucks. And we don't know a lot about aliens either. Yeah, I think we're doomed. I don't think there's any way we're gonna learn enough about alien life forms at this point. Yeah. Ring of small bodies. Well, at least Ludmilla leveled up. Let's double check that radiation shielding. We don't need to land. We don't see anything. Centric orbit, it's unstable. Infrared radiation. What's that? Ooh, wait, this is a brown dwarf, straddling the line between a large gas giant and a small star. It's not massive enough to sustain hydrogen fusion and ignite as a true star, but its core is able to fuse deuterium, which causes it to glow with a mostly infrared radiation. Well, let's collect data from the storm. Nice. That's pretty cool. I don't want to risk an unstable surface. We don't have anything to fight against unstable surface. And at this point, I just need people to live. Oh, this place is safe, though. It's got a cave system. Liquid erosion. Oh. Right, the stellar flares. Never fucking mind. Alright. Take shelter in one of the caves. Hamano Takeshi receives a dangerous dose of radiation. Heavily cratered. Recent heavy bombardment. Yeah, we're really not detecting much, huh? Yeah, unstable, highly radioactive. Okay, we'll take a look at this while we travel back. Nope. Nope, there's like no anomalies anywhere. We can take a look at this just because of XP. Alright, let's return through the gate. Hurls through the wormhole tunnel. If Onegas notices strange readings in the organic samples in the biolab. Let me examine the biolab instruments to make sure they are not malfunctioning. As an 85% chance of success, let's take a look. Nope. Thanks, Ludmilla. Alright. Great. Only 7 more times before it collapses, and we have no signs of any xenology at all. I guess we're just getting really screwed over in that department. Unless, you know, there's like gate civilization remnants, which we can't detect. So we're probably just like no, we're damned if we do, damned if we don't. Alright, sure, I'll take this crew. And yeah, we can't, like, install anything else. The nebula is safer. We'll travel. Well, explorers gotta ride out the storm, and we took the damaged biolab. Of course! Why wouldn't we have a damaged biolab? Why would it not be a damaged biolab? It's always gonna be a damaged biolab! We're never gonna find anything that's not a goddamn damaged biolab. And Sophie got infected, so now we gotta go home. I can't lose Sophie. We just can't lose Sophie. Sophie is like... Sophie's the shit. Sophie would want us to keep going. She would have died anyway. Alright, she's dead. Sophie's dead. Alright, Sophie's dead. Sophie's dead. God damn, Sophie was a unit though. Alright. That sucks. That sucks. Alright. We gotta travel home. Before somebody else dies. Yeah, Freya. Sure, look out deep into that wormhole. There are patterns out there. Complex expressions of the alien physics of this space. Beautiful in a way that no human being had experienced before they opened the gate. Masako feels on the brink of new vistas of understanding. Well, congratulations! Pardon me for not feeling really excited about this. Okay, we got a civilization. Okay, we got a civilization. Oh my god, thank fuck. Should I bring Asha as well, just in case? I don't remember if that actually helped the data or not. God, I'm so sorry, Sophie. Alien infections are bad, man. The biolab is like the worst one to get hurt. It's so bad. Like, that thing gets hurt, you gotta turn around. Oh my god. Alright. Let's go. This is gonna be like our one chance left. Let's reconfigure those scanners. Alright, it's too strange. Did not learn anything about Lattice except for its existence. Okay. So we know that xenology does exist. It's probably around where life has been detected. So we're gonna jump there first. Glows faintly with infrared radiation. Have an explorer reach level 5. Good job, Song! Analysis of the radiation signature reveals millions of individual heat sources moving through the deep atmosphere. Studying their movements, Ledmia realizes there must be exotic life forms whose bodies are composed of energetic plasma. Most awesome vessel is orbiting over the night side, and the surface below lights up. Just watch the show. We don't need this. Also has detected life on the planet ecosystem of energetic plasma life forms. Let's look at that life. Song surveys the planet, discovers the living ecosystem. Okay, plant and animal. Lighter than air plants drift through the sky on sail-like leaves. One of this planet's species exhibits a remarkably complex behavior. Life on this planet is remarkably violent, with most of the animals constantly tearing into each other with vicious claws, teeth, and other natural weapons. Complex behavior, huh? Huh. Asha concludes that they have a complex language and are fully sapient civilization, even though they do not use tools or artificial constructs. Let's listen in. Why are they always avian carnivores? They are the Rhizadelia, and call their planet Usatenes. Though intelligent, the creatures do not use tools. Ravensmith notices that they always move and work in small groups, which do everything together. Many of the buildings are filled with preserved bodies of the dead. A delegation of Rhizadelia confronts the explorers. "We'll not let you gather any more intelligence for your invasion plan," their leader says. "Other worlds may have fallen before you, but the Rhizadelia spirit is unbreakable." We're peaceful. Oh. Raven manages to convince Rhysdalia to listen to an alternative explanation and tell them about the drive toward the exploration and discovery that runs through human history and how it eventually gave rise to the most awesomest vessel, whose only mission is to learn about the wider universe and its inhabitants. This approach backfires, however, when the Rhysdalia learn more details of human history and how the drive towards exploration was not the only force at play. Your explorers have always been followed by colonizers and conquerors, the Rhysdalia representative points out. Your history is one of humans conquering one another and seizing their land. Even if your most awesomest vessel only wants to explore, we fear they will be followed by humans with other motives. The Rhysdalia are obstinate. They will not help any future invaders by giving them more information about their planet. They politely but firmly repeat their demand that the most awesomest vessel leave, and the explorers have no choice but to comply. Landing prevented. Back in orbit, Raven finds herself dwelling on the conversation and realizing Rhysdalia's analysts of human history may have a point. God damn! Oh, we needed that though! Oh, we needed that so bad. Landing here is impossible. God, that sucks! So, we've just lost. We've just lost. There's nothing we can do. We're not gonna succeed. Alright. Let's take a look at that extinct ecosystem. Okay, the clouds are composed of a fine dust suspended in the atmosphere. Studying it, Song realizes that the remnants of countless microorganisms drifting in the atmosphere long after extinction. Let's look at that life. Alright. They're extinct. They're extinct to a diseased. It has an eccentric orbit. Alright. Well. Rest ripperonis. Oh, wow, it's highly radioactive. Radioactive minerals. Holy guacamole. Alright, let's get out of here. Asha, is it intelligent? No, it's a damaged medbay, but that's fine because we fixed it anyway. I'm sorry, I'm miffed. I am miffed. Gate traffic and organic remains? Well, there's always a chance that that works out for us, huh? Alright. Asha's still coming. Alright, Ishikawa's back on the board. Okay. Asha's still recovering from being depressed. We only have 5 more times to traverse before this collapses. We gotta go with the one that has, like, most chance of success here. Okay, let's look at that lattice construction, and why does it never work, man? I just want more xenology data. Alright, let's take a look at those organic remains. Okay, there's a localized anomaly. The vessel's engine strained to set the ship down. The object is a wreck of what was once a self-contained base built by technologically advanced alien civilization. Asha begins to lag behind. The rest of the group as her breathing becomes labored. We gotta adjust that suit. Nope, it never works. Liquid is detected on the planet. Huh. It's unusually light. Subsurface ocean. That's lighter? Huh. A derelict alien base stands on the surface. The base is not native to this planet. It appears to have been the center of the effort to colonize the planet, and its once pressurized internal spaces showed it once supported a crew. The explorers nicknamed the newly discovered civilization the Settlers. Well, this is at least some information. The wreckage of the ancient base appears dead until Ludmila Sobol's suit raises a biohazard warning. A potentially harmful microorganism has managed to survive all this time in the derelict and has somehow found its way into Ludmila's suit. Well, we gotta eliminate it. We have to. We have to make sure everybody stays safe. Alright. Let's look at that subsurface ocean. Find life in a subsurface ocean! Look at that achievement go! We'll have to take a look at the achievements after this. It's kept liquid from the heat of the molten core. Subsurface ocean life. Small underwater settlements. Wait, there's even more? There's more intelligent alien civilizations? They became extinct for unknown reasons. Let's see, they were aquatic carnivores. Call themselves Kadul and their planet Talath. Civilization had been approximately Bronze Age level technology. Civilization appears to have been consisted of 2 intelligent species. Most of the planet's settlements are empty. They appear to have been uninhabited long before the civilization's extinction. In the ruins of Talath, the explorers find a set of well-preserved stone tablets inscribed with what appears to be an epic work of literature. Normally, the explorers would scan it and leave it for Earth-based scholars to study in detail, but Asha becomes fascinated once they spend time translating in full. Go for it. Oh, no. Asha spends days poring over the document, barely stopping to eat and sleep. The story is an epic drama. Asha feels there's a deep level of meaning that eludes her. Asha becomes convinced that the ancient Kadul author had an essential message to convey about the meaning of all intelligent life and becomes intensely depressed about her inability to understand it. You guys are becoming so depressed. Let's look at those 2 intelligent species. Asha traces the history of the 2 species and eventually finds references to one of the 2 arriving from the sky in the distant past, saying that they were alien colonists, which we have discovered, and were incorporated into Kadul society. Oh. Huh. Oh no. The mausoleum full of Kadul bodies, their bodies appear to have been carefully preserved shortly after death, and conditions of the area have led them to be undisturbed since the fall of civilization. Secting some of the bodies, but Asha feels that'd be disrespectful. Last time we got a lot of biology data. We don't need that. We need what Asha can give us. Asha performs 3D scans of the bodies, but without being unwrapped them, she learns nothing new. It's okay. Most of the planet's settlements are empty. Ishikawa Masako learns that the Kadul's natural life cycle involved periodic die-offs and resurgences. The empty settlements would eventually have been repopulated, but the Kadul's extinction meant that the final die-off never ended. Explorers find a well-preserved tablet containing a complex series of markings that does not contain any of the Kadul's written language, but is detailed enough that it could encode a great deal of information. If the encoding information is its purpose, without knowing what kind of artifact it is, the explorers can make no sense of it. Is it a medical diagram? Masako's speculation that the diagram encodes biological information appears to be a dead end if she only succeeds in wasting explorers' time. Great. Okay, it became extinct for unknown reasons. A disease! Let's take a look at that life. Alright. There's nothing particularly new, but they are interesting, and they are extinct because of a disease. Well, we have something. We don't have enough for much. But we do have something. And that's good. We also have depression and an injury, so, you know, pluses and minuses. The navigation system flashed an ominous warning. The most awesome vessel was previously in stable orbit, but the black hole has won the orbital tug-of-war. Most awesome vessel is now spiraling inwards. Song, can you get us out of here? Okay, at first glance there seems no way for the most awesome vessel to not be drawn into the black hole, but Gyeong plots a course of slingshots around the event horizon, using the black hole's own gravity to gain orbital velocity. The explorers get an uncomfortably close view of the black hole before the most awesome vessel completes its maneuver and hurtles again into space. Alright. Okay, the orbit's close to the black hole, just outside the maelstrom of destruction. It's a secretion disk. Diffuse matter trap of the black hole's gravity spirals inwards, heated by friction. Alright, send a probe to gather data. Good. Why not? Okay, let's head out. Well, okay, collect data from the storm. Why not? Alright. Events during the mission have shaken Asha's confidence, left her depressed. Using planetary exploration, keep it together. But the long journeys between planets during which nothing seems to exist besides the sterile corridors, the most awesomest vessel, and the infinite blackness beyond leave her lethargic and melancholy. Explorers relieve Asha of duty? It's not judgment of Asha's character or commitment. Needs time to recover her mental health before returning to full duty. Asha agrees and removes herself from duties involving any critical systems. The other explorers take over Asha's duties, and Asha is able to use the time to relax and try to recover her motivations. She's still depressed, but by the time the most awesomest vessel reaches the gate, she's able to return to duty. Alright, well, luckily we're heading home. Asha, you're gonna get more depressed. Asha, don't do it. We're gonna tear yourself away, Asha. You're gonna get more depressed. At least Raven's back. Gate traffic detective, organic remains detected. That might be good. But we only have 4 more trips. And we need gate origin homing. Yeah, we need the gate origin homing, so we need to save up. Welcome back, Raven. Alright. Let's jump right on into this planet here. With the organic remains detected, there could be more than just these alien visitors. Okay. Song, do you got this? Okay. Gyeong wrestles against the gravitational forces, but they're too strong. Alarms blare in the cabin, the strains the ship's structure, and Gyeong blacks out. Okay, so this is not the greatest situation to be in, but we'll do our best. Alright. The nebula shouldn't be a problem anymore. Let's go over here. It's a high gravity and a nitrogen oxygen atmosphere. It's somewhat eccentric orbit and has structures on it. Let's make sure to check that on stable surface. Radioactivity in the crust. Raven begins to lag behind the group and breathing becomes labored. Come on, adjust that suit. God damn it, why does it always fail? It's a 70% chance of success. Let's look at those structures. Alright, small settlements of intelligent aliens. A civilization, small settlements of the planet's surface that became extinct for unknown reasons. Okay. Okay. So this is not the warp ones, right? Their avian carnivores call themselves the Bitteriva, and they call their planet Paringia. Civilization used tools made out of natural materials. It's Mesolithic. Artworks are always depicted in small groups. All depictions are identical, even when context indicates that they depict different individuals. Explorers find a relatively intact structure filled with a well-preserved cultural artifacts. As soon as they enter, however, their footsteps disturb the ancient equilibrium and cause the building to crumble. In a matter of minutes, the roof will fall and crush the ancient Petrovia artifacts along with the explorers so they don't get away. Oh, 50% chance to stop the structure from collapsing. Raven, can you rescue that political manifesto? Yes, you can! Alright, Raven has already seen references to a political manifesto that was a foundational document of Bitteriva civilization. As the building begins to crumble, she last spots a replica of the stone steel. First record the manifesto and manages to grab it before returning to safety. They were always depicted in small groups, huh? Each group is actually a single individual. Its consciousness distributed between the constantly communicating bodies. It's pack consciousness. The explorers come across a mausoleum. Right. Well, we have to have Raven inspect them. Ooh. Okay, good. 3 scans of the bodies and careful not to touch them, and they learn a few things about their anatomy and burial practices. Though not as much as if the explorers studied them more closely. It was gonna make her depressed. And probably homogenous. Chikawa and Masako learns Petriva's homogeneity was due to the reproductive method. They reproduced asexually, which each offspring being copied of its parents. So the entire population was identical, apart from a few minor mutations. Okay. Preserved tablet containing a complex series of markings does not contain any of the written language. It's detailed enough that it couldn't encode a great deal of information, if encoding information was its purpose. Come on, it's artwork! Raven stops trying to find definite symbolic meaning in the pattern, instead clears her mind and opens herself to it as an aesthetic experience. After some time of contemplation, something in her mind seems to click. She finds she can appreciate the beauty of the Petriva abstract artwork. After this revelation, Raven finds echoes of the patterns in simpler and less well-preserved forms across the surviving ruins. She feels as though she's made a breakthrough in their aesthetics. We still don't have quite enough, but what about how they went extinct? A stellar flare. Alright, we have enough for something. In the ruins of Parinhia, the explorers find a set of well-preserved stone tablets inscribed with what appears to be an epic work of literature. Normally the explorers would scan it. Come on, Raven, study that shit. And you're depressed. Okay. But we need to continue to explore, because this wasn't what we detected. This was something else. Oh, wait. Hold on. The examination of the planet's composition is formed elsewhere in the system, and an alien civilization used unknown orbital engineering to move it to its current orbit. The explorers nicknamed the newly discovered civilization the Planet Rovers. Okay. Never mind. Never mind. They're real. Okay. Oh, okay. Vanishes in the open finisher. Okay, well, rescue Masako? Good. Okay. So that would be the species we detected with the great technology. There appears to be no physical explanation for the atmosphere's oxygen content, but Ishikawa Masako eventually finds traces of ancient microorganism that converted carbon dioxide into oxygen. Alright. And we gotta make a makeshift radiation shelter. Alright. Okay, life on the planet. Yep. Oh, this unstable surface periodically shifts to reveal deeper layers of its crust, providing intriguing opportunities for geological study. The explorers spot a rocky slope that looks like it provides insights into the planet's geological history, but it could be unstable. Disturbing could cause an avalanche. Well, Ludmila, 100% chance. Enterprise rover cannot choose the samples as a carefully trained scientist would have been able to, but its lightweight means it does not release the destructive potential of the delicately balanced rocks, draws samples, and trundles back down the slope to the explorers. Okay, so it's extinct cosmic gamma ray burst. Okay, so that was the alien interference that we detected here. There could always be more, but with the damaged interplanetary drive, we want to be careful. Working together in the cramped confines of the most awesomest vessel, isolated from the rest of the human race, the explorers necessarily form strong bonds. Now amid the colorful clouds of the Situla Nebula, the bond between Ishikawa Masako and Raven Smith begins blossoming into a romance. The Chiron Project does not forbid relationships between crew members, but they both know that interpersonal drama could interfere with their duties. We only have a couple more trips left. Try to make it work. A successful ship romance! Masako and Raven have plunged together into the danger and mystery of the Chiron Gate. What is a new relationship compared to that? They begin spending most of their off-time duty alone together, and soon moved into shared quarters. They are both professional enough to not let their new relationship interfere with their duties. And Ichikawa Masako in particular draws strength from their connection. Inspired! Oh, that's good. That is very, very good. Okay, and we've got some radiation sickness on for song. There's detected liquid on this moon. Huh. Subsurface ocean. Okay, Raven's unharmed. Good. Subsurface ocean has the moon's liquid core. Make a radiation shelter. Surface is unstable. Raven's now level 5. Good. Gotta wait for geysers to pass. And Raven and Song are both injured. We gotta just leave. Alright. Well, Raven, you're already going to be, depressed when you get back. But, yeah. We just gotta go. Object drifts through the path in the wormhole. It's barely visible behind the crackling maelstrom. Solid hunk of rock. Well, just remotely scan it. Saturated with wormhole radiation. Alright, we didn't need that kind of information. We need the xenology data. Doesn't seem to be anything of massive importance, so let's do gate origin homing. Okay. Alien home systems. Due to the gate's instability, only visit each civilization's home system once. Okay, Monument Builder's home system, Planet Mover's home system, and Settler's home system. Okay. Gotcha. We can only use the Chiron Gate 3 more times. Okay, we might want to go to the Settler's home system. I don't know. Alright, Asha. Freya. Alright. Oh, this is gonna be rough, probably. Let's go to the Settler's home system. Well, Asha, is that thing intelligent? Ooh, yep, okay, cool. Phenomenon's movements show no signs more than animal-level intelligence, but something about its structure strikes Asha's intuition as more than that. Though she cannot prove it, she becomes convinced that this phenomenon was created by intelligent beings. Whoop, whoop. Alright. Let's start looking at this planet, because I feel like this is where all the extinct alien species are gonna be. A ring of small bodies. Artificial satellites, now created by extinct civilization on the planet below. That's a good start. Okay, let's take a look at those structures. They touch down. Ruins of cities built by intelligent aliens. That's good. It once had a civilization. The ruined cities dot the planet's surface. They were worm-like carnivores who call themselves the Tuka. Their planet Kori. The civilization had achieved space travel and discovered its system's gate, allowing it to travel to other star systems. Large areas of the planet show no signs of Kuta activity, despite the civilization having the capacity to use them. Okay. We have to just dissect the bodies at this point for more data. Yeah, Asha is haunted and depressed. Alright. We do learn quite a bit with our funeral practices. Sorry, Asha. Left certain areas of the planet underdeveloped. Because parts of the planets were harmful to the Tuka in ways the explorers cannot additionally detect. Invisible death. Oh, detailing unpleasant deaths that would befall Kuta who had blundered into the forbidden areas. Alright, come on, is it an artwork? No. What's in the cave system? Liquid erosion. Kori's caves descend tens of kilometers in the planets across. An expedition to the depths would be risky, but could lead to new geological insights. Send a remote probe. Okay, so there is, intriguing scans. Alright. Why did they become extinct? In the last centuries of the Tuka's history, increasing number of individuals deliberately used technology to remove their own capacity for abstract thought, or return to what they thought was better, an animal state of existence. Eventually, the remaining sapient communities died out, leaving only their post-sapient cousins. The explorers found a relatively intact structure filled with well-preserved cultural artifacts. As soon as they enter, however, their footsteps disturb the ancient equilibrium. Well... Statement of beliefs? Okay. Nice. We still don't have enough for the big big gate. We need 300 for that. Alright, but there was life. Microbial in the deep crust. They had remarkably complex behavior, huh? Fully intelligent civilization that lost its capacity for abstract thought. The civilization already vanished by the time its planet's ecosystem had been extinct. And it was a disease. Whirlpool, welcome back! I don't think I'm gonna beat the game. But I tried. You're drifting through space again. I tried to let you in! They've got artificial structures on the moon! It's a derelict spaceship built by a technologically advanced civilization. Let's take a look at that moon. The ship is not native to this moon. Sophisticated sensor equipment suggested it is designed for passive space exploration. Its once pressurized internal spaces show it once supported a crew. The explorers recognized this technology as the Tuka. Alright, the cavernous space of the alien ship swallow the explorers' torch beams, and its corridors and galleries feel endless. The explorer scanners confirm that the interior is no larger than expected, but the explorers are astonished by how much the Tuka managed to fit inside. Alright, let's look for design techniques. Alright, living quarters redesign. Alright, we could support an additional crew member as well. Not that I think it's necessarily going to be too helpful, considering we only have 2 more trips left, but it might save our butts. Here while you eat dinner during your Echoes of Wisdom break, you have acquired explosives. Bomb. Equipped with laser rangefinders, Ludmilla methodically creates a 3D model of the Tucum ship. It should provide Chiron base with alien design techniques that could be applied to making the most awesomest vessels' crew spaces more compact. Okay, a ring of small bodies. They failed to coalesce into a moon. Magnetic field channels charge particles into radiation belts similar to Van Allen belts. Well, let's check that radiation shielding. Alright. I don't think we should necessarily actually land there. Alright. So they might have actually done stuff on like all of the planets, potentially, if they were spacefaring. Yeah, they got regular structures deep below the surface. What about that? Whoa. Hold on. Most awesome vessel touches down. First, the structure seems too regular to be natural, but Freya runs models of the asteroid's formation and finds that its temperature, composition, and density were such that it formed a single immense crystal. Biological explosives. A fart bomb? Lamia begins to feel uncomfortably hot inside her suit. Freya, why are you always terrible? Why are the medics so bad? Alright, link the life support systems together. Okay. Fish bomb at fish... But I can't... Whirlpool, I can't tell if you're actually spoiling to me what is going on in the game. Like, cause, like, I don't want that. Cause, like, I don't have explosives and Echoes of Wisdom, Whirlpool. Let me see here. The Osmos vessel is on the planet. Yeah, I don't have bombs. I don't. Okay. Very hot, rocky asteroid on an eccentric orbit. It's unusually light. It's outgassed. Okay. So it, like, went poof. Gotcha. In its eccentric orbit. Oh, right. The Tuka. They used their orbital engineering to move it to its current orbit. Right, that was a thing that they could do. Okay, I don't know why they would do that, but we're getting so much information from being here. This is awesome. All right. Alright, it's very hot, but let's take a look at that localized anomaly. It's a wreck of a once self-contained base built by, imagine 2Ka. Okay. Why? Come on, guys. Stop getting injured. Thank you. Let's look at that alien base. Yep, it's 2Ka. A center on an effort to colonize the planet. They really did like colonization. Alright. Let's look at those structures. Ooh, they got solar panels! Alright. Whoops! I took off. Well, we'll just leave a little bit undetected there. Alright, they got a ring of small bodies, millions of asteroids. Okay, a probe. Let's look at that localized anomaly. Wreck of a spaceship. Good. Ooh. Okay, it's not native to the planet. Sensor equipment. Designed for space exploration. It was entirely automated. The explorers recognize it as 2Ka. At first glance, the 2Ka ship appeared dead. But after explorers board it, they detect low levels of power running through the parts of the outer surface. It appears that the ship was outfitted with an array of astronomical sensors. Some of them have kept functioning all this time, gathering data without the scheduler system. Let's tap into that data feed. Mia taps into the feeds to send the raw data from the scanners to what was once meant to process them, and after some trial and error, converts the data into a format that the most awesomest vessel can use. The explorers are none the wiser about how the scanners work or what the 2Ka were here for, but now they have the scanner data of all bodies in the system. Well, that would have been nice to visit first. The surface is unstable. Okay, it is still hot from the heat of its creation, apparently. Oh, crap. Ladmia's below and gets hurt. Okay. One more hurt and Ladmia's gonna die. Okay, we gotta be careful. This one's got high gravity, which could still be bad, but it has life detected and this has alien interference. Okay, we want the alien interference. Oh, okay, we gotta make the risk though. Okay, derelict space station. Okay. The most awesomest vessels traveling over the sun, surface lights up. You're injured enough, let's just watch the light show. Okay, a space station orbits the moon. The base is not native to this moon. It has sophisticated monitoring equipment. It suggests it was an observation post. And this once pressurized internal space so it once supported a crew. It's 2Ka. The wreckage of the ancient station appears dead until Freya's suit raises a biohazard warning. Potentially harmful microorganisms manage to survive all this time in the derelict and has somehow found its way into Freya's suit. Eliminate it? Okay, an infection on Freya has taken hold. Okay, we need to get out of here. Okay, wait, moving objects are visible on surface, right? This is the one that has life on it, right? No, it's not. God damn it, we gotta see what the moving objects... They're self-replicating robots! The 2Ka are ridiculous! Okay. Almost no rocky crust above its core. Retreat, just retreat, retreat, retreat. Okay. We gotta go back to the gate. We have enough to unlock one of the other things. Counsel Asha through depression. Cool, less depressed. Asha's gonna be able to head back out again in a little bit. Let's go through the gate. Sure, build a remote probe, damages the hull, doesn't matter, we're back. Okay. We need to gate nexus locator. Required to locate the gate builder's home system at the heart of the gate network. Install. Okay. We only have 2 jumps left. The gate builder's home system. Good. Okay. We never found a way to counter dense asteroids. It's gonna be rough. Okay, we take Asha. Ivona is not, very skilled, but everybody else is hurt. They're gonna... We gotta try. Alright. This was our last shot. Gate Builder's home. The gate's instability means that the most awesomest vessel can only visit each system once, and that includes the Gate Builder system. If the most awesomest vessel travels the Gate Builder system but fails to find the secret of establishing the gates, the Chiron project will have lost its one chance at the stars. Okay, you know, we actually have 2 level 1s on our team right now. So we're gonna go to the Monument Builder's home system before we go to the Gate Builders, so that way we can bring our best and brightest. I mean, Asha's really good, but, okay. Some strange readings from the bio samples in the biolab. No, we don't. Okay, let's look at the, home planet here. Alright. Signs of an extinct ecosystem. Let's look at the liquid water. We got underwater cities! Study the ocean reveals it was created by precipitation of water vapor. Ivona discovers ocean-dwelling life. And Asha identifies the ruins of underwater cities by intelligent aliens. The most awesomest vessel rests on the surface, a small temperate rocky planet with oxygen, nitrogen, and parts of the surface are highly radioactive. There was a nuclear power plant accident that laid waste to the parts of the planet's surface. Of course. Let's look at that civilization. They were aquatic photosynthesizers. They were the Bekozak and called their planet Chikurna. And they achieved space travel and discovered systems gate allowing it to travel to other star systems. Historical writings suggest they personally remembered events from the distant past. Okay, we need Asha to not be depressed. Alright, remembered events from the distant past. Okay. That they had the ability to record and transfer memories using technology. The ruins the explorers came across a squid-like machine, evidently a robot made in the image of the planet's extinct civilization. Its power supply has long since run out, but is otherwise well preserved, and it might be possible to reactivate it and learn about its makers. Alright, let's reactivate the robot and attempt to communicate with it. The explorers restore power to the robot, and Asha manages to find the command to reactivate it. It's still too badly damaged to move, and was never sophisticated enough to hold a conversation, but also is able to interrogate its databanks and learn about its makers. Why did they become extinct? Artificial microorganism that feels tailored to be destructive. It was a bioweapon that was deliberately or accidentally released on the population. The explorers find an intact building that was evidently once some kind of biological laboratory. A few of the microbial samples are still intact, as are some of the apparatus the Bekozak were using to study them. Well, let's do the highest chance of success. Ivona successfully transfers some of the ancient biological samples into the most awesomest vessel's laboratory and starts about studying them. The samples reveal a great deal about the indigenous life, and the way in which they were stored tells the explorers about the civilization that built the laboratory. Alright, life. Okay, there were carbon-based microbial, plant, and animal life in the ocean and the atmosphere. Ecosystem is now extinct by an asteroid impact. Okay, so they killed themselves with the bioweapon and then an asteroid impact killed everything else. Alright. Let's travel in further. They got dinosaured. They did get dinosaured. Alright. Small bodies. First, the ring system looks natural, but closer inspection reveals that intelligent aliens deliberately shaped the rocks as some kind of system-scale artwork. The explorers recognize the technology as the Bekozak. Yeah, orbital arts installations. Okay, let's look at that localized anomaly. It's caught in a powerful wind vortex which throws it around with such force that it is in danger of being shaken apart or dashed across the rocky surface. Predict that storm's movements. Good job. Alright, there's some kind of artwork built by alien artists that are not native to this planet. They've also got small moving objects. Self-replicating robots created by a technology advanced civilization. There's also salt. Wow. And it's unusually light. Entirely rock, no metal core. Okay. Let's keep moving. Unusually dense vegetation. Well, let's look at a localized anomaly. Another artwork built by alien artists who are not native to the moon is the Bakosak. Marika begins to lag behind the rest of the group and is exhausted. Alright. Okay, they are injured. What about that vegetation? Crystalline growths. It's unusually dense, no rocky crust, small moving objects, self-replicating robots. Alright. Let's travel to the next moon. Nothing too anomalous here. I'm not gonna bother. Craters that are discolored. What if they painted it? Yeah, they're artificial. Must have been created by spacefaring civilization. Planetary scale artwork. They're the Bakozak. And there were extinct volcanoes and... Oh, wait, alien technology. It seems the Bakozak wants to use nanomachines to extract salt from the rocks and onto the surface for paintings. The surface of Tani is covered in ancient dormant nanomachines. It might be possible to reactivate a small number of the nanites in order to learn about their makers. Okay. Asha carefully isolates the sample and adds to the portable lab, but the control system is too rudimentary for infer anything about their builders. Alright. We're learning so much! Okay, the surface is unstable. That could be bad. This isn't who we would want to bring anyway, except for Artem, I guess, so... Oh, I forgot to upgrade the ship space! It's okay. Let's look at that discolored surface. Artwork! Now there's more art! Okay, now they're both suffering from heat stroke. Okay, we can't risk anything else, otherwise Marika will die. Well. This is still quite a bit of information. Yeah, this is very hot. We can't land, even though it's discolored and pretty. Okay, its hull begins to glow under radiation system's 2 stars. Warning lights flicker orange, and then red as systems approach their heat tolerances. The air in the habitat module becomes stuffy as the environmental systems struggle to keep the explorers cool. We gotta go to a safer orbit. Hard engine burn cancels its outward momentum, sets it in a widening orbit. The ship's structure creaks and groans. Ship holds together. Okay. And this is also very hot. Why did I approach if it's very hot and I knew that it wouldn't... I couldn't approach? This is way safer. Okay. Discolored? Yes, it is art. And a localized anomaly. Another bit of artwork. And it's an eccentric orbit. It's a rogue planet. And it's got a ring system composed of millions of asteroids. Well, I guess we gotta study the planet's magnetic field. Okay, you guys don't die on me, okay? Let's get out of here. Ivona? We don't need Ivona. Look into the wormhole. Alright. Get depressed, it's okay. Alright, this is gonna be our last chance to find out more about... To establish our own, like, Chiron gate network. Alright. This is This is gonna be rough. Congrats, after looking to the wormhole, you've gained the Sorrows trademark. Indeed. Alright, let's bring the couple back together. Ishikawa and Raven. They're dating. And then we'll also bring Freya, the most useless doctor except for... you're just a therapist. You can only cure depression. Well, I guess we can also bring Amano. Sure, you're only level 1, but let's do this. We have 5 crew members, we're going to use them. Before we go, Desta, Sophie, thank you for your sacrifice. We couldn't have made it here without you. I'm sorry you both died due to a malfunctioning biolab. On different trips. I now know that a malfunctioning biolab is probably one of the worst things that could possibly happen. Your sacrifice will not be in vain. We gotta do it. Okay, they are extinct, unfortunately. Alright. Once again, the most awesomest vessel rushes along the flickering tunnel of light, its upgraded gate drive homing in on the origin point of the galaxy-spanning network. Great lattices of matter and energy glow in the indeterminate distance. Manifestations of the fabulous technology keeping the gates from collapsing. Space becomes more twisted, and exotic radiation becomes more intense as countless wormhole tunnels converge. The explorers' medical monitors flash with radiation warnings, and the scanners indicate higher levels of spatial distortion than the most awesomest vessel has ever experienced. But the stabilized gate drive keeps the ship safe. The lights of the wormhole flash brighter and brighter as myriad tunnels converge, forming patterns of infinite complexity and beauty, until at last the most awesomest vessel erupts into the darkness of normal space. In orbit of Rasselas Gate. Rasselas is a binary system consisting of a blue main sequence star about the same mass as the Sun but much brighter, and a yellow sequence star. The system is crowded with minor asteroids. The Chiron project detected one dead civilization in this system, as well as signs that a space-faring civilization has used the system's gate. The most awesomest vessel is orbiting the wormhole back to the Chiron base. Okay, we don't know where in the system they were, because we didn't get that upgrade. Might have been a good idea, but I didn't. So I imagine their home planet is this one. Raven begins to suffer from nausea and finds it hard to concentrate. Medical scans confirm she's suffering from an infection that explorers brought from a Chiron base. Freya, if you don't succeed on this... Thank you, Freya. Thank you. Okay, there's a ring. It's a bunch of space junk. That's good, that's good. Most awesomest vessel's collision avoidance system fills with warnings. It's passing through one of the system's dense asteroid regions. Alright, Song. This is what we've been waiting for. God damn it, Song! I love you, man, but come on. Let's look at those structures. Alien life form. Apparently these immense structures play some part in the creature's life cycle. Huh. An alien life form slowly constructs one of the formations. Huh. Amano Takeshi begins feeling uncomfortably hot inside his suit. Suit's cooling system is failing. Well, if we use Freya in this case, then, only Takeshi will get hurt. If it goes wrong. Yep. Oh, it can improve the suits using alien biology. Okay. Nice. Enhanced suit cooling is available. Now, if only we would be able to travel to more systems after this. Millions of years of evolution on hot planets has given Rasselas's organisms better ways of surviving heat than the Chiron project scientists could invent. Masako introduces some modified alien organisms to her suit's cooling system and activates them on the surface. The new organic system takes only a small amount of strain off the suit's conventional cooling system, but it's proof of concept the Chiron project's lab could improve upon. There's also dust. It's tiny diamonds! But also contains the petrified excretions of the planet's life forms. And there's also possible vegetation. crystalline growths that have been deliberately shaped to form cities that are now long abandoned. The explorers think they can see movement, and it feels as if someone's watching them from just out of sight. Alright, Raven, you can do it! Raven cautiously approaches where the explorers think the Watchers are, using open, non-threatening body language that she hopes will translate across species. Eventually, several animals emerge, curiously approaching to within meters of Raven before retreating again. Oh, that's cool. Once had a civilization that built crystal cities. The explorers have found the homeworld of the Gate Builders. They were bipedal herbivores who called themselves the Gorbag, and called their planet Golugd. They became a spacefaring civilization 1 million years ago and created the Gate Network, which allowed them to find civilizations that came after them to travel the galaxy. Their historical writings suggest that they personally remembered events from the distant past. All members of the civilization had cybernetic brain implants. The explorers find an intact building evidence that evidently once held some sort of biological laboratory. A few of the microbial samples are still intact, and there's some of the apparatus that the Gorbag were using to study them. Well, Ishikawa, you are skilled enough? Just do it. Masako successfully transfers some of the ancient biological samples into the most awesomest vessel's laboratory and sets about studying them. They reveal a great deal about the indigenous life, and the way in which they were stored tells the explorers about the civilization that built the laboratory. So, okay, level 5 is not max. So that's very good to know. Personally remembered events from the distant past. Ichikawa Masako learns that the Gorbag individuals were not single organisms, but incorporated long-lived symbionts, which moved to new bodies when they died, taking the old body's memories with them. Oh, that's fascinating. I love that one. In the ruins, the explorers came across a bipedal machine, evidently a robot made in the image of the planet's extinct civilization. Its power supply has long since run out, but is otherwise well preserved, and might be able to reactivate it and learn about its makers. Well, let's revive the robot and attempt to communicate with it. Yay! Let's look at that cybernetic brain implants. Examination of surviving implants reveals that they were thought monitoring devices, which the rulers of the planet apparently forced the population to install. No, not the thought police! Yeah, that's dystopian, alright. Let's rescue a collection of the medical diagrams. Okay, biology and cultural practices. I just didn't want anybody to get hurt. We only have 81% fuel, we need to know this. They created the Gate Network. The surviving records are fragmentary and confusing, but the explorers eventually pieced together the story of the Gorbag, the story of the Gate Builders. The Gorbag achieved spaceflight 1 million years ago. They explored their home system, first with robots and then with crewed ships, and eventually sent artificially intelligent probes on the millennia-long sublight journeys to nearby star systems. The probes revealed a universe of lonely islands, star systems filled with life and beauty, too far away to be reached within a Gorbag lifespan. Young civilizations living through the ages the Gorbag had experienced on their journey to the stars, in the ruins of older civilizations who had fallen without ever meeting their peers. Even when they detected one another's faint radio signals or sublight probes, no meaningful communication was possible across the vast distances of the universe. By wisdom or chance, the Gorbag avoided the various extinction events that their probes found written in other civilizations' ruins. They advanced technology beyond any civilization they were aware of, eventually creating laboratories that could manipulate the very fabric of space. At last, they made a breakthrough that their ancestors had thought impossible, the creation of a stable wormhole large enough for a spaceship to traverse. The Gorbag launched self-replicating robot ships that spread throughout the galaxy, building gates in every star system. The network expanded to dozens of systems, then thousands, and eventually the entire galaxy. For the first time, individual Gorbag could visit distant worlds and return without spending lifespans in transit. For 1,000 years, the Gorbag presided over a gate-linked interstellar civilization. Eventually, their age came to an end, and they retreated back to their home system and vanished. But they built the gates to last. The details of the gate's mechanism are centuries beyond human science, but the explorers learned that there is a central nexus that sustains and stabilizes the network, a planet-sized machine humming with inconceivable energies, attended by quasi-living vortex beings. It rests at the heart of the space gate, but was built in orbit of Golugd, and with the right signal, it could be called partially back into normal space there. It should be possible to use the most awesomest vessel's gate drive to create an appropriate signal and bring the gate nexus close enough to a normal space to be reached. There, if anywhere, is the key to stabilizing the Chiron gate and giving humanity a permanent path to the stars. Okay. Let's finish examining this just because we can. Chikawa discovers a living organism, silicon-based microbial plant and animal life on the surface. Evidence that more complex life existed here geologically recently. Life on this planet is remarkably non-violent, with none of the animal species appearing to have any means to harm one another. Remarkably non-violent. The planet's life forms appear placid, but finds they are in constant conflict with one another on an invisible biochemical level. It's like, yes, you're peaceful, but there's still like predator-prey dynamics, just through chemical warfare. The ecosystem appears more complex. The industrial activity caused the climate to change, disrupting the planet's ecosystem and killing most of its complex life forms. Yeah, like plants too. Secret biological warfare. Yeah, they became extinct. Wait, the civilization vanished into the gate network, never returned to normal space. Huh. Well, okay. Oh, well, we're still gonna just learn about the bodies. We're not gonna do that to these guys. Alright. Let's go into normal space. The most awesome and special approach is the orbital position indicated by the explorer's research, and the gate drive pulses as it reacts to the knot of twisted space behind which the nexus hides. The complexity and beauty of the energy fields speak of supreme intelligence that created them, and hints movement in the fields indicate the presence of enigmatic vortex beings. Speculative biology and scheme's really cool. There's a lot of creative concepts here. Very, very true, yeah. Like, I'm really liking this. Most of these have only, you know, like, every single one of these has only let us pick one option. So we're gonna pick the one with the most success, even though I'm more interested in the Gorebag records. Okay. The enraged vortex beings attack the gate drive's energy field, and the most awesomest vessel shudders and sparks as its systems overload. Damaged landing energy, engine crate! Main power fails, plunging the explorers into darkness. But in the darkness, a flickering blue light seeps in the windows. The vortex being's agitation has caused space to open, revealing the dark shape of the gate nexus outlined in the wormhole Aurora. The artificial heart of the gate network, the gate builder's masterpiece, and the object of the most awesomest vessel's quest. Power flickers back on, and the most awesomest vessel begins drifting toward it. Oh crap, we have 0% chance for either of these because we have damaged landing engine. Oh god. The most awesomest vessel falls toward the Nexus gravity well. Vortex beings, visible now as ripples in the Aurora, flock around the ship and follow it down. The surface of the artificial planetoid unfurls, resolving into a dark plain scored by a labyrinth of right-angled canyons and ridges. Bulkheads shudder and displays flicker as the wormhole radiation plays havoc within the most awesomest vessel's electronics. The landing engine's control system cuts out for several terrifying seconds before coming back online in a flurry of warning lights. Its thrusters fire erratically. The most awesomest vessel plummets toward the Nexus's surface. We gotta brace for a crash landing. Oh, the most awesomest vessel's been destroyed! No! No! I've sunk 4 hours into this! The explorers abandon the fragile habit ring, don their spacesuits, and strap themselves in a tiny crash shelter. In the most awesomest vessel's well-protected core, the final failure of the ship's power plunges them into darkness, and then the impact hurls them against the straps and fills their helmets with an avalanche of shattering metal. The crash shelter bounces and rolls, thrown this way and that as the pieces of the dying, most awesomest vessel break away. At last, the shelter comes to a stop and the silence descends. By the light of their helmet lamps, the explorers extract themselves from the wreckage and survey the strange landscape of the Gate Nexus's surface. Well, the most awesomest vessel has been destroyed, but the crew is alive. We might still be able to salvage this. The wreckage of the most awesomest vessel lies scattered across the surface of the gate nexus. I can't believe we've had 3 casualties. My poor most awesomest vessel! My spaceship! The planet-sized machines that the Gorbag created to sustain their wormhole network, the razor-sharp horizon, divides the universe in 2. Above, the blue-white aurora of the gate's network heart roils and flashes. Below, a complex pattern of canyons and trenches cuts across an otherwise featureless black plain. Vortex beams, glowing knots of energy, dance in the sky. A few kilometers away, the energy field lines, glowing streamers of aurora, and the distance of the vortex beams all converge on a single point. The explorers begin to trek across the surface of the ancient machine, beneath the turbulent wormhole lights. Sometimes they walk along the bottom of a canyon or trench. Other times the route forces them to climb up the side of the canyon and down another one, their climbing gear struggling to find purchase on the perfectly smooth material. Sometimes they passed indistinct twisted objects, smashed or smeared across the surface, the remains of ships or from other civilizations who reached the gate nexus before the most awesomest vessel. The explorers have not gone far when their suits flash radiation warnings. Without the protection of the most awesomest vessel's radiation shielding, even the Chiron project's anti-radiation drugs cannot prevent the energy fields from attacking the explorers' bodies. The radiation is less pronounced inside the canyons, but the extra time it would take for the explorers to find a route through the labyrinth would be more than counteract that shielding. Song? Come on, bud. Song! No! Gyeong is sure you got a good look at the landscape during the descent, but the crash and the unfamiliar sight of the landscape have confused his sense of direction. He leads the group along what he thinks is the best route, but several times he comes up against dead ends, where he thought the pathway was clear, or blunders into exposed high radiation areas where he thought the path would be protected. As the leader of the group, he takes the full brunt of the radiation from these blunders, each time watching his suit's radiation monitor tick further and further into the danger zone. At last, he manages to guide the other to confluence before collapsing for the last time. Ichikawa, Raven, I hate to break this to you, but your romance is not gonna save you. The explorers reach the confluence of the field lines and find a dark crystalline protrusion rising out of the surface of the gate nexus. The beams of their helmet lamps, flickering under the influence of the wormhole radiation, reveal a surface covered in Gorbag glyphs. Vortex beings flock above like attendant angels. As they approach the object, splitting headaches knock them back to their feet, and their suits blurt error messages onto their faceplates. Through the haze of pain and warning lights, they can see that a new energy field is emanating from the crystal, smaller in scope but more intense than the general wormhole radiation above. The suit error messages cease, but the headaches grow more intense as the new energy homes in on their brains. Look, Amano doesn't have a great chance of success, but I also don't care about Amano. Look, it's not personal, Amano. It's not personal. It's just personal. Fighting down pain and nausea, Takeshi crawls the rest of the way to the crystal and pulls himself up on its side until he can read the glyphs. They are the symbols for the gate nexus itself, which he'd seen on the ruins of Golglugged, but the other symbols elude him. He can't think. The headache feels like something is rummaging about in his brain. He experiences flashes of insight. It's looking for something, building a model, trying to achieve communication. Those flashes of insight mean it's starting to succeed, but it needs more to work with. Takeshi knows what he has to do. He stares at the glyphs, hoping that making some sense out of them will give him the intelligence it needs. Takeshi collapses. The other explorers get to their feet, freed of the headaches, but they find that Takeshi is dead. His suit's medical readouts indicate that his brain simply failed, overwhelmed by the energy emanating from the crystal, but his sacrifices let the gate builder intelligence achieve communication. On the surface of the gate nexus, in the still center of the wormhole vortex, the explorers stand around the crystalline shape. Their headaches are gone, but the energy fields that were probing their brains are still present, minute impulses stimulating their visual cortices. The glyphs on the surface of the crystal seem to glow white, making the blue aurora above fade away. Although according to the Explorer's scanners, they are not casting any light. They have formed a new pattern. Raven sees the work of an alien intelligence. The gate network is so much more than a transportation device. It is an artwork, or a statement, or a prayer. It is the soul of the Gorbag. That name just sounds so weird to the human eye. The Gorbag civilization painted onto the very fabric of space. Even the gate builder's own language could not express the full sophistication of what they had accomplished, and far more would be lost in translation to an alien language and alien psychology. This is why they created the energy construct that reached into the explorers' minds to make the connection directly. Dangerous, potentially fatal to creatures whose organs of intelligence were different from the Gorbag's own, but the only way. The Gorbag intended later civilizations to find the gates, and they built the network to last. But one thing they learned in their millennia of advancement was that nothing can be made eternal. Stars orbit the galactic core according to infinitely complex interplays of gravitational force, changing the network's conditions in ways that the Gorbag could not fully predict. 1,000,000 years after the Gorbag wrote their soul across the galaxy, it no longer quite fits. But from here, Raven can make changes. Other civilizations have been here before, every 10,000 or 100,000 years, and added their own amendments to the Gorbag masterwork. Now it is humanity's turn. Raven reaches out. It is done. The glowing patterns fade back into Gorbag glyphs. Above, a ripple spreads through the vortex. The field lines waver and then stabilize, and the radiation level rapidly drops. The vortex beings relax, no longer fighting to hold together in the unstable environment. The energy field withdraws from Raven's brain, and she returns to normal reality. She is forever changed by her experience, and will never be able to fully explain it, but she knows that the most awesomest vessel's mission is accomplished. The wreckage of the most awesomest vessel lies scattered across the surface. It will never fly again, but there is enough of the life support system left for it to provide shelter for the explorers. The crystalline structure that Raven used to interface with the gate nexus is dark, but it still hums with energy. Contact with the nexus nearly destroyed Raven, but she only experienced the shallows of the ocean of the knowledge it could impart. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. All I'm hearing right now is you're just gonna have to do another playthrough. I mean, maybe. Like, if Raven guides the explorers into mental contact with the crystal, like, I mean, Ishikawa and Raven are in love. Can we really break up these two lovely, lovely scientist lesbians? What? How could I bury the gays? How could I do that to them? Yeah, our lovely scientist lesbians and Freya. Yeah, they are here. Well, they're a therapist, and they are indeed helping with the existential dread. You know, yeah, I wish I could save, but that doesn't go within the spirit. They succeeded. They should get to go home. But who knows if they'll actually get to go home. Alright. Let's try to wait rescue. The explorers trek along the path of the most awesomest vessel's crash landing, scouring the mangled parts of their home for anything still intact enough to use to build a pressurized habitat. They drag what they find back to the crash shelter in which they made landfall and eventually put together a simple dome with a working air recycler and food fabricator. The wormhole aurora pulses steadily overhead and the explorers settle in to await rescue. In Chiron base, the array of monitoring devices trained on the Chiron gate register an unprecedented power surge. Wormhole scientists rush to their stations while the rest of the Chiron project gather at the windows looking out the wormhole. The glowing blue ring of the Chiron gate opens, wider and brighter than ever before. For a few moments, it bathes the habitats of the Chiron base with a blue-white light and rocks them with spatial distortions. Then it stabilizes and settles, its chaotic flickering replaced with a steady, healthy glow. The readings confirm the project's hopes. The gate has indeed stabilized and will no longer decay. Woo! With the gate safe for repeated use, the Chiron project's shipwrights begin work on a new line of starships. There's been no sign of the most awesomest vessel by the time the first of the ships is ready, so the inaugural mission of the most awesomest vessel 2 is to go to the gate builder system and look for the explorers. After a smooth gate journey, the new ship emerges from the wormhole and immediately picks up a distress signal. It follows to a small moon shrouded in wormhole-like spatial distortions, where it finds the wreck of the most awesomest vessel and the improvised habitat containing the explorers. They are thin and sickly after months in the tiny shelter, but alive. And smooching. The Chiron project gives the explorers a hero's welcome and lets them have time and support to recover from the mission and deal with the loss of their crewmates. They become celebrities throughout the solar system and will be remembered in the history books for as long as human civilization continues. Meanwhile, Chiron base begins to grow into an orbital city filled with explorers, adventurers, and colonists. The age of humanity as an interstellar civilization has begun. The end. Alright! The explorer's crash restores the gates on the most awesomest vessel's 20th journey beyond the Chiron gate. We got 3,000 data, we visited 20 systems, 95 worlds, 145 unique discoveries, found life 14 times, encountered 11 civilizations, killed 4 explorers. Highest level explorer was Song at level 5. Most missions was Ishikawa with 11. Yeah, we had quite a lot. Most awesomest vessel had 23 upgrades and got damaged 21 times. We got achievements based on 4 different chemistries of life. Have an explorer reach level 5. Found life in a subspace ocean, have a successful shipboard romance, and restore the Chiron gate. And we can continue in endless mode. I don't know if we need to continue in endless mode, but damn, that's good. Visit the homeworlds of 5 interstellar civilizations in a single game. Well, that needs a lot more luck than I got. Have an explorer reach level 8. Have every scanner upgrade in a single game. Have every crew capacity upgrade in a single game. Every ship armor upgrade. Restore the gate using the same explorer who took the first step onto an extrasolar world. Oh, that's funny. That's a funny one. It's restore the gate without an explorer dying. Everybody lives! Prime directive, restore the gate without making contact with a non-spacefaring civilization. Okay, interesting. Restore the gate without visiting the home system of any interstellar civilization besides the gate builders. Ooh, that one sounds difficult. Stasis pod, return to Chiron base with an explorer in medical stasis. I return to Chiron base with a living explorer who is simultaneously injured, depressed, and suffering from radiation sickness and with an alien infection. That's rough, buddy. Return to Chiron base after 5 explorers have died in a single system. The crew is expendable. Have an explorer leave the project without dying. Successfully land on a molten world. Rescue an explorer from a cave monster. What the hell? Arm both sides in a conflict. Stop cultural artifacts from being crushed. My engineer was never good enough. The warm equations. Have the whole crew make it back to the gate after running out of fuel. Huh. And go beyond the gates. I imagine that might have been not New Game Plus, but like endless somehow. But considering I don't know if you can actually like yeah, like, I don't know if this game actually saves when you close out. I don't know. It doesn't look, I don't know. It doesn't say, like, save and quit. It just said, like, go back to main menu. So, you might have to do that all in one sitting. I don't know. But this is a fun game. I like this one. There's a lot of fun thought experiments. I don't know how much replay value this has. Guess you'll find out. Yeah, I probably will. I probably will give this a replay at least. At least one replay. But I imagine I've uncovered, like, most of what the game has to offer. Which, yeah, which means, like, again, I'm not entirely sure, like, how long-lived it is. I think, like, as a single, like, campaign experience, I think it's pretty nice. And is this game just free? I think it might just... Hold on. I don't see where to buy it. This might be just free. No, there it is, It's $10. It's $10! No worries. I'm not trying to say that it should be free. It's $10. And I think it's pretty good. I think there's a lot of thought put into it, and it's pretty interesting. Kind of difficult, too. Like, I made pretty safe guesses, and I only barely made it, so... Like, you gotta make the risky plays, I imagine. But, I gotta quit, because all that reading has hurt my voice. Like, I am tired. I can't do any more tonight. Text-based adventures. They require you to do a lot of talking. And I did not shut my trap the entire time. So I want to thank you guys so much for watching. No worries, gonna dip yourself and go back to echoing the wisdom. Echo. Wisdom. Echo. Alright, I'll see you, Wurmple. Alright, let's take a look at my family's podcast. It's called Collab, Not Multiplayer, where we play single-player games together. Our next episode is going to be coming out next week, and I don't want to spoil what it's going to be, but it's going to be good. I'm probably going to be able to tell you on Friday when I'm going to be playing Echoes of Wisdom again. Yeah, I will be. Can you believe it? I'm going to be doing that? Like, holy moly, I'm going to be playing Echoes of Wisdom like it's a game that's actually trending instead of just playing, like, small indie games. As if I wouldn't just ditch Echoes of Wisdom to play more tiny indie games. Like, nah. The small indie games, that's my content. Playing a new game every week is like my jam. Like, if I had to give them up, like, it'd be the AAA games. Like, it just would be. Let's see. Who's live right now? You know, I just feel like raiding Joe. Let's go ahead and raid Jay Chili, who's currently playing Marbled on stream. So I hope that you guys are excited for that, so go ahead and copy this raid message. Put any emotes on the end of it, any of them else, so we can bring the party to him. And you're gonna have fun, okay? I'm gonna tell you this. You're gonna have fun, alright? He's a really chill guy, and also just really silly in general. So I hope that you guys enjoy his stream. And likewise, I hope that you guys are gonna be back on Friday. We're gonna be starting at 2 p.m. as per usual. And yeah. I'm excited to see you guys then. Echoes of Wisdom has been very fun so far, and I can't wait to see what other antics we get into, because the bed is a really good building block. It's long. It's long and you can jump up it. Go figure. That's all it takes. Alright. With all that being said, my voice is tired. Thank you guys so much for watching. I'll see you again soon. I love you. Goodbye.